This is the medical floor where most of the inmates stay. You got 2 orderlies that live on site, so don't hesitate to wake them up. There's usually about 10 to 20 regulars in here, and TV pretty much stays on 24/7. I nodded politely, but in reality, the next 90 days couldn't go by fast enough. The station looks out over the floor, so you pretty much just sit here and observe. Some of the old guys get a little snappish, but they're pretty chill most of the time. Officer Dorrington looked like he had fallen right out of a flower child commune and discovered that he had bills to pay and ethics to violate in the process. His hair was longer than advised. His eyes had a red tint to them that made me think he might be permanently stoned, and he talked like a basset hound giving a dissertation. He was perfect for the infirmary, a place where nothing ever happened, but it was no wonder they kept him off the compound. And, of course, these monitors help you watch the show cells. There are only 2 that are occupied right now, Cell 1 and Cell 12. We usually try to fill them up from 1 to 12, but the guy in 12's been there for a little bit. He's squirrely, so if you have to open that door for any reason, make sure you got some backup. I nodded, not really paying attention, as I told him I thought I could handle it. Okay, brother, keep it chill, relax. This is the best post you'll ever sit. He offered me a fist, and I bumped it half-heartedly as he headed out. I sighed as I took the chair behind the pane of one-way glass that separated my office from the infirmary floor. I thought at the time that this was going to be the most boring 3 months of my life. Turned out I couldn't have known how wrong I would be. I'd worked at Stragview for about 5 years before I had my first really bad use of force. Happens to everyone eventually, and I'd been luckier than most in that respect. I had been working in the high custody dorm since I graduated, and my career has been a constant stream of fights, force, and cell extractions. 5 years is a long time to roll the dice, but I finally came up on Snake Eyes. We were going in to break up a fight, something I got tasked to help with pretty often, and when I put one of the guys in an arm bar, he slipped and we both went down. Next thing I knew, I was on the floor of the bathroom with a shooting pain in my shoulder, as I tried to breathe after my partner sprayed both combatants with OC. They pulled me out and got the situation under control, but I'd definitely torn something in my rotator cuff. Couple hours at the ER, and the doc confirmed it. 2 weeks of bed rest, your arm in an isocast to take the strain off your shoulder. Then it's 90 days of mandatory light duty. Stragview didn't do light duty the same way other facilities did. I was told I could either ride a post for 3 months or work in the infirmary. I took the infirmary since it seemed less likely to result in me crashing a work truck into a ditch after falling asleep. Now, here I was, ready to get better fast so I could go back to running and gunning on the compound. First 4 hours, drugged by like a one-legged whore. I made sure the orderlies were doing what they were supposed to be doing, broke up a small shouting match between a couple of oldsters who both wanted to watch the TV, and discovered a paperback in the bottom drawer that looked pretty interesting. Turned out to be something from the Wheel of Time series, and I whiled away the hours as I tried to make the night go by as fast as possible. By 10 o'clock, I was ready to pound nails in with my forehead, and that was when my problem child in Cell 12 decided to wake up. I had looked in his folder before that, finding out his name was Victor Cruz. He was in for battery, and his file didn't show any of the usual earmarks for mental illness. Of course, living in this place would likely make you certifiable after a while. I was just glad he was quiet, something that seemed to be at an end. It started with some tossing and muttering. I kept an eye on him, but there's nothing to really write home about. He was having a bad dream or something. He was lying in a small nest of trash and blankets, his mat thrown into a corner as though he didn't trust it. He was naked as the day he was born, curled up like a rabbit in its den, and I could see the trash littering his cell floor. I wondered at the time why nobody cleaned his cell, the food on his wall looking equally as bad. But I'd find out soon enough. When he screamed like a banshee, I felt like I might slip out of my chair. I looked down the hall, hearing him yelling and thrashing around in the cell. I shook my head as I got up to see what the trouble was. Some of the old guys in the medical area had looked in that direction when he yelled, and a few of them shook their heads as I got up to go. They seemed to be telling me not to bother, to just let him yell himself out. But I knew if they checked the cameras and I'd just let him blow his lungs out without going to talk to him, I'd be in trouble. I arrived at the door, a big square of shatterproof glass with a handle and a food box attached, to find him going berserk in there. He was walking around, clutching his head and screaming for something to go away and leave him alone. He was looking at the corner of the cell and shouting at something that only he could see. I tried to get his attention, but he ignored me. He was shouting his lungs out, yelling his rage to the sky, but it seemed that he was unable to catch whatever it was. "Get down here and fight me! Get down here and fight me like a man!" he screamed. I tried to get his attention a few more times, but ultimately I just walked back to the desk and kept an eye on him between pages. He wasn't hurting himself, and wasn't really bothering me either. If he wanted to stomp around his cell all night and yell at ghosts, then that was his business, and I wasn't going to stand in his way. He went right on yelling for another hour before flopping onto the toilet and hanging his head in defeat. Figured he was probably out for a while, so I went back to my book. This was far from the last time I would hear from him. He would pick up again an hour later, and then an hour after that, and every performance would end with him sitting on the cold metal toilet as he huffed and puffed. I kept at it, trying to get through the night as best I could, and when Officer Dorrington came back and asked how it had gone, I told him it had been okay, other than Cruz. "Poor dude," he said with a little head shake. "You know, he didn't used to be that bad. He threatened to hurt himself, and somebody took him seriously, so they put him in cell 3. He's fine in there. He just tried to sleep for the remainder of his observation, but when the water main burst in the hall, we had to put him in cell 12. After that, he seemed to get worse by the day. His mental health really took a nosedive, and it's probably going to keep him back here for longer than expected." I nodded, only half listening, but kind of focusing on the last part of what Dorrington had said. "So how long has he been in room 12? Dorrington thought about it for a minute or two before shrugging. "Guess about 3 weeks, less than a month. They keep talking about letting him go, but he's come to the point where he may have to go to a psych camp." I took my leave after that, but I just couldn't get the idea out of my head. Had inmate Cruz always been crazy, or was it something to do with the room? I remembered his face as he looked for the source of the voices, and the way he kept looking into the corner made me wonder if there might be more to it than that. The next night was more of the same, but I knew it'd be the last night for a couple of days. I had to work this weekend, and I propped myself up with the knowledge that even if it was a really bad night, I'd have a couple of days off to look forward to. Dorrington said it had been a pretty quiet day, and that Cruz had taken a shot from a nurse around noon and would probably be asleep all night. I thanked him for the good news, my fist bump a little more enthusiastic this time, and settled in for a mostly quiet evening of reading and rounds. It lasted until about 3 o'clock, when another loud scream ushered in the start of the trouble. I looked up to find Cruz yelling at the wall again, as he jumped up to punch something just out of reach. I ignored him for a little while, but then I looked up to find him leaping off the toilet to get a higher punch, and I sighed as I marked my page and went to investigate. "Cruz!" I yelled, each jump resulting in a less graceful landing than the one before. "Stop it, before you hurt yourself." He ignored me, as I had been sure he would, and I repeated it another 2 times before grabbing for my radio to try to get some help. That's when he landed badly, and I heard his ankle snap through the door. My request for help became a little more frantic, and I looked back to find him still staring at the corner. His face was less angry now, and more fearful as he backed away on his butt and made for the door. That was good. It would mean that I could scoop him up when he got closer, but as I glanced back at the corner, I caught a brief glimpse of something that didn't make sense. It was a smoky face sitting midway up the wall, a grinning, demonic face that winked at me before disappearing completely. When help arrived, I was still looking for that face, but I straightened up as they got in position to grab him. He seemed almost thankful to be away from it, and we got him cuffed and had medical assess him. They determined that it was good and broke, and suggested he be sent to the hospital. So they packed him off to the ER, and I was short one crazy for the rest of my shift. It would have been nice to be rid of all that screaming, but with the cell empty, I started noticing other things. It was like there was a moth stuck in there, and I would see weird flashes of movement more often than I should. There was a weird whisper, too, a voice that I thought was the TV, but never seemed to have a source. It was always whispering at me like someone talking quietly in another room. And by the time my relief got there, a guy named Tinsdale, I was feeling more than a little rattled myself. I tried to put it out of my mind while I was off, but it was hard to shake. And after a few days off, I was almost glad to hear a familiar banging coming from cell 12 as I came back to work. Dorrington was at the desk, making notes on the clipboard, and when I mentioned that it sounded like Cruz was back from the hospital, he nodded. "Saw him on the way in, huh? Yeah, they put him in 3 when he came back. He's been quiet ever since, and seems like the hospital might have been good for him." I must have looked confused, because Dorrington handed me a folder with a picture of a different inmate on it. "This is Mathers. They brought him in Thursday after he did some light cutting in confinement. They say he started yelling at breakfast time, and he's just trying to fight thin air all day." I looked down and realized this was an inmate that I knew. Mathers was what we traditionally called a bug in corrections. He was in his early 20s and convinced that he was a real badass. He'd been in and out of confinement for everything from fighting to drugs, and he'd been taken out of my wing about a week before my accident. The report said that he had been cutting for attention, and mental health had decided that some time in a show cell might be good for him. It hadn't, but the wheels of justice are often slow to realize that your screams as you were ground under them were not the happy squeals of recovery. The whole shift, I kept looking between 3 and 12, the inhabitants a stark contrast between each other. Cruz now appeared to be the picture of calm. He did little beyond sit against the wall and read his Bible, looking around placidly whenever someone came near the door. He even waved at me a few times when I looked in on him during my rounds. And I wondered if he remembered being that screaming other that I had seen a few days ago. This was the Cruz that Dorrington had been lamenting, and I could see why. If you hadn't told me that he was the same man, I would have had no idea. Mathers, on the other hand, was far worse than I'd ever seen him. Mathers had always been a problem child, but his antics now were less that of a child seeking attention and more those of a mental patient. He had already thrown his food against the wall, and I noticed that most of it was in one particular corner. If you were looking through the door, it would have been the back left corner, the same one that Cruz had been shouting into a few nights ago. He would oscillate between sleeping, fitfully pacing around, mumbling, and yelling at things that only he could see, sometimes in a matter of seconds. Mathers got worse as the night progressed, but his anger was always targeted at that specific corner. When Dorrington arrived the next morning, I had more questions. Mathers hadn't been the only thing that I'd seen on camera in that cell last night. There had been a movement present that had drawn my eye several times. It looked more like a light reflection than a moth or anything, if you had watched it. Mathers followed it with his eyes, as if he could see it too, though. Once or twice I looked up in time to see something large and shadowy hovering in that corner, but it was always gone before I could study it much. Dorrington seemed interested when I wanted to ask him some questions, and he must have hoped that I'd found something interesting in the infirmary. "What's the story with Cell 12? I asked, getting right to the point. "What you mean?" "I mean, has anything ever happened in there? It seems like Mathers spent most of the night looking around and talking to something that only he could see. And I'm wondering if that's just normal for people in there. I didn't know Cruz, but I know Mathers, and that's abnormal behavior for him." Dorrington nodded slowly. "To be honest with you, I've only worked on the compound for a couple of months. I was pretty bad at it. I'm kind of a softie, but when they stuck me in here, I really took to it. I've spent most of my career in the infirmary, so I haven't really gotten a good feel for most of the inmates. What I have noticed is that people in Cell 12 seem to behave a little strangely. Like I said, I don't know them out on the compound real well, but now that you mention it, they don't seem very happy to be in there." I nodded, now pretty sure it wasn't just me. "So what's the story with Cell 12? "I don't know," Dorrington said, "but I have an idea who would. Let me ask some of the old-timers back here. Some of these guys have been here long enough to retire, if they'd been drawing a paycheck, and they've probably seen way more than either of us. I'll ask around and let you know something tonight." I wasn't sure how much stock I was willing to put in first-hand accounts by inmates, but I was interested to see what Dorrington would find out. When I came back that night, Dorrington pointed to a particularly old fella sitting in bed 7 and said that was my guy. I talked to him a little bit, but he said he'd prefer to tell you himself. I must have made a face, because Dorrington gave me the first hard look I'd ever seen on the man. "He's not a leper. He knows what you're looking for, and he only wants a little bit of your time to tell you." "Can't you just tell me?" I asked, really not wanting to play inmate games tonight. "I could, but I won't. If you want to know so bad, then go to ask him. Otherwise, I guess you'll just never know." He left after that, looking like I'd insulted him somehow. Dorrington and I were on opposite ends of the spectrum. He was one of those guys who thought his charges were real people, but I'd always kept a healthy distance from the animals. I would ask them things, and sometimes I would even believe the information they gave me, but I always took everything I was told by these guys with a grain of salt. Most of them would lie to you if they thought it would get them something, but it was a little different back here. Most of them had everything they wanted. When they were in medical, they had plenty to eat, reliable heat and AC, a bed with relatively safe expectations of not being murdered or assaulted in their sleep. And as the night went on, and I listened to the banging from Cell 12, it only heightened my curiosity. As it crept closer to master roster count, I finally decided to go and talk to the old-timer and see what he knew. The old man's name was Williamson, and his chart said that he was 98. Inmates in their 90s are as rare as inmates off medication, and Williamson was likely an endangered species in a place like this. He had come to medical about 10 years ago after a stroke had taken most of his mobility, and it was probably the only reason that he hadn't died of a cold or after smarting off to one of these young Turks out here. He was awake when I came out onto the floor, and he raised his hand slowly as he shook it at me. He knew why I was there. Most of them probably did. And as I took a seat next to him, I was surprised to find that he didn't hold that medicine smell or the smell of barely contained filth that a lot of them do. Most mobile inmates aren't particularly clean, but this fella smelled downright sociable. "Took you long enough. I was just about to drift off again. Once my medication hits in about an hour, there won't be much use asking Grandpa for a story." I took a look at his cataract old eyes to see if he was senile or just poking fun at me, and decided it was the latter. I told him to tell me about room 12, if he actually knew anything about it, that was. He smiled as if we both knew that he did, and got comfortable against his pillows. "Oh, more than some," he boasted. "I've been back here on and off since I was 65. Been living in Stragview for most of my life, and I've seen and done things that would turn your hair as white as mine. I'm in here for murdering my wife and my brother, whom I found in bed together. Judge wanted to go easy on me, but my brother's wife said there was evidence that I had known before catching him in the act. I hadn't, but my brother seemed to think I did. She brought out his journal talking about how I had known and even been okay with it, but whether it was a lie or just delusion on his part, who's to say? I've got a round to do in about 30 minutes, old-timer. I'm here to hear about Cell 12, not your life story. The old man snorted. Well, too bad. You want to hear what I have to say, then you'll hear it on my terms. I'd stop interrupting if I were you. That nurse gave me my pills about an hour ago, and I've only got about 30 minutes before they kick in, and I'm comatose. I wanted to get mad, but it was the old guy's story, I guess, and I just had to let him tell it. Told him to tell it, and he went on. I was 28 when I caught my wife and my brother together, so I've been in Stragview for 70 years, I guess. In that time, I've seen a lot, and part of it was while I was an orderly here in the infirmary. I was looking 50 right in the face and decided it might be time to slow down a little bit. I'd worked just about every job in the prison, but the infirmary seemed like a nice little rest before somebody stuck a knife in me. I was making hooch and selling what inmates here call weed, and it was only a matter of time before my competition got tired of my meddling and decided to put me out of business. I'd worked at the hospital before getting arrested, and mopping floors and changing bedpans was not work I was unfamiliar with. So I spent about 10 years wiping asses and emptying catheter bags and keeping the place tidy. It was 1984 when they wheeled the fella in. He was about the worst looking mother I had ever seen. They had him in restraints with a spit mask covering his face and a man on each arm. He's bald as an egg and his head was covered in tattoos. Not the usual tattoos you see on bald white guys, but symbols and weird words. It was all stuff that a wizard might need for spells, and he looked like whatever he was casting with those symbols wasn't good for much of anybody. They put him in cell 12 and told the officer sitting in the booth to keep an eye on him. They said his name was Malik O'Dare, and he was spending 5 days in Stragview until a detachment from Macklemore could come to pick him up. Macklemore used to be one of the largest medical prisons in the region, and they were getting ready to shove him in a little box and study him until he was dead. Then they'd probably dissect his brains so they could study him after he was dead too, but that was beyond my understanding. So, for 4 days and 4 nights, Malik made their lives a living hell. He would bite himself and draw on the walls in his own blood. He would try to grab anyone that he could lay hands on, and they quickly learned that he didn't get visits from medical or food in a regular tray. After his second meal at Stragview, all his food came in a bag, and the orders were that the bag not be sent in either. They dumped the food into the little box outside the cell. Then you close the top and open the inner gate, and if he decided to take it, well, that was on him. He tried to flood the cell twice, succeeded once, pissed and shit under the door often. Amidst all the chaos, he continued to draw the weird symbols on the wall in his blood. But since he wasn't bleeding bad enough to be sent out for psychiatric evaluation, and they knew that Macklemore was coming to get him Monday, he was allowed to continue. The drawing in his own blood was nothing next to the other stuff he was doing, and it went mostly unnoticed, for the most part. If he was drawing, he was quiet. Most of them thought it was nothing anyway. I asked one of the guards what he was here for, and they told me that the things Malik O'Dare was here for made my crimes look like stealing candy off of kitties. He'd been running some kind of cult over by Donahue, real Jim Jones type of deal. They got up to some pretty heinous things in the time they spent together. human sacrifice and cannibalism and stuff with kids I'd rather not talk about. The whole shebang. It was crowned by the plan for mass suicide, and fortunately, someone caught him in time. He was going to have all 50 of his followers kill themselves on the blood moon, but before he could, the feds came in and stopped him. He tried to off himself a few times while he was in jail, but the judge finally handed him a death sentence, and he was remanded into federal custody. He'd been in a federal institution for the last 5 years, in a little room by himself without a lot of human interaction. But McLemore had paid him a mint for the right to study him before the feds carried out his death sentence. The feds had agreed to give him a stay of execution for a while and let McLemore house and study him for the next 5 years. Whatever hell he raised, well, that was none of the feds' business. He yawned loudly, but covered it with the back of his hand. I better give you the abridged version, 'cause I'm going to be asleep before long. It appeared that Malik never had any intention of going to McLemore. Being in Stragview was his last chance to escape the system on his own terms. And boy, did he. On the 4th night, the day before they was gonna come get him, he started yelling and chanting loudly. This wasn't new. Inmates in the show cell usually yell a lot, but some of the stuff he was yelling wasn't the usual rambling nonsense you heard. I peeked in on him and saw that he was sitting in his floor with his legs in an Indian pose. He was chanting in a language that I'd never heard, and as he did, the things he had drawn on the wall were blinking and glowing. I tried to tell the guard, but he told me to get back to work and mind my own business. There wasn't much else to do but obey or get sent to confinement and lose my job, so I got back to work. I saw the same guard get up in a hurry about 2 hours later, around about midnight actually, and bang on the door of cell 12 as he called for Malik to get up. He got on the radio and called for help, and when help got there, they discovered that Malik was dead. Medical decided it had been a stroke, and he'd probably swallowed his tongue during the fit. McLemore never got a chance to study him while he was alive. There was a huge investigation by the feds into Stragview. Fortunately for Stragview, at least, they had cameras in the cell back then, too. They weren't as fancy as the ones they got now. Tapes had to be changed twice a shift, but they got most of what happened on video. It was decided that the prison was not at fault, but I think the guard at the time still got fired. Probably an ass-covering maneuver, but nothing else really came of it. After that, anyone else they put in that cell has claimed to see things and hear voices. They get crazy within a few days, and the longest I've ever seen someone hold out was a week. I have lain in this bed and listened to them go mad. Sometimes I can even hear the same voice I heard whispering those arcane words so long ago. He's still in there somehow. He's become in death what he always wanted to be in life. An agent of chaos. Maybe that's what he was praying for in whatever language he was speaking. Just the ability to torment as many people in death as he had in life. I guess we'll never know. The old guy yawned again, flapping his hands at me in dismissal. I'm tired now, son. Go on. Let an old man sleep. I've been sitting here thinking about that story for the last few hours. I have a friend who works in the control room, and when I called to ask him about an inmate named Malik O'Dare, he said that O'Dare was a bit of Stragview lore that a lot of people knew about. He had died here, but the story about his crimes and the nature of his death were something that people thought had been exaggerated. When I asked him if he died in a show cell here in medical, he said that that was true. He asked me why I was curious, and I lied and said it was something that an inmate had told me. Well, I guess it wasn't much of a lie. I've been watching the camera for cell 12 as I write in my notebook. That fluttering movement I told you about has become something different. It's like a swirl of smog, moving from corner to corner. And sometimes, a pair of bright pinpricks will look up at me from the depths of the gas. It's like he knows that I know what he is, and that knowledge means that he's taken notice of me. I can hear the whispers at my desk, especially when it's quiet, and if that's what the inmates are hearing in that cell, then I can understand why they go crazy. I'm not sure how long I can listen to those whispers, and seeing that strange face as it looks at me through the camera lens. I suppose maybe I'll be ready for a show cell soon too. Hopefully cell 12 isn't empty if they decide to hold me here until the psych ward can come and collect me. I'd thought these 90 days would be tough, but now it seems my career may not be the only thing I'm in danger of losing. He watched as the town of Kashmir disappeared as the bus drove into the all-too-familiar woods that surrounded the prison. In a way, this was an odd kind of homecoming for him. How many times had he driven this road to get to work? How many times had he yawned as he got off work, trying to keep his eyes open as he drove to his apartment at the Whispering Pines apartment complex? The windows had the dark tint on them, the kind that no one could see through, and that was a blessing. If anyone had known he was on that bus, they might have formed a blockade and just hung him right there in the park. Some of the residents of Kashmir would have probably eaten picnic lunches while he breathed his last. It was pretty short notice, but there might have even been commemorative t-shirts. After all, it wasn't every day the nightclub killer came home to stay. He reflected that they might not even recognize him if they'd seen him from the windows of the prison bus. He had spent most of his trial and confinement at the tiny jailhouse they had in Cummings. The guards knew who he was, knew what he was, and they had been more than happy to mistreat him now that there was nothing he could do about it. His food had been thrown on the floor at least once a day. His commissary had been lost more than a few times, and he thought it likely that he had lost 50 pounds in that little cell. Didn't really matter. When your life was restricted to an 8x8 cell that you never got to leave, very little mattered at all. He'd done endless push-ups, sit-ups, and crunches. He'd eaten bugs when he was hungry, something the jail had in abundance, and drank water more often than not when the bugs weren't plentiful. He looked like a new man, like a different man, and he doubted anyone that he had known before would recognize him when he came back. He came back to Stragview, not through the front gate, as he had so many times before, but through the sliding metal gate that ushered the new inmates into their life of shadow and violence. The buses were usually full, but today there was a slim roster indeed. Besides him, shackled to the seat behind a cage at the back of the bus, there were 8 others. One of them, a pedophile who had tried to talk to him for the first week before finally giving up, had been someone he'd seen at jail when he'd spent the last 8 months there, but the rest were strangers. People passing time in this place, some of them never to see the light of day again. That was all they were. Not like him. Not special. He was special, and everyone knew it. The new fish in the front of the bus were herded off, the COs yelling and swearing at them as they hustled them out and lined them up. He assumed he would be next, taken to stand with them, but as they filed into the orientation building, his restraints were still in place. He started to get worried. This wasn't how things usually were. Would they take him straight to his dorm? Maybe they didn't think someone who had been part of Stragview's daily operation needed to be oriented. Maybe, he dared to think, they might give him a welcome that befits someone who had once walked amongst them and had now fallen so far. He was starting to get worried that they would just leave him here for the night, when 2 guards he knew came striding onto the bus. Sergeant McCowan and Officer Gerber were in the category of COs that fell under the heading of not to be fucked with. McGowan was about 5'6", but he was as wide as he was tall, with arms like a longshoreman. Gerber was less intimidating, but he was an ex-Marine, and he was no stranger to violence. The look he gave Gerber didn't shake the man in the least, but he had a special grievance against him. Gerber, Nosy Gerber, had been part of the reason he was here at all. If it hadn't been for Gerber and his need to put his nose where it didn't belong, he might have gotten a less harsh sentence. "Inmate B50967, Sergeant McCowan growled. "The warden wants to see you. Are you going to comply, or are we going to drag you across the concrete?" Inmate B50967 didn't bother answering. He just nodded and held his hands out to be uncuffed. "Guess again, superstar. Those hands stay shackled, legs too. But we will be unhooking you from the bus, since you can't very well take it with you. You so much as lift that foot before I tell you to, and the warden can visit you in the infirmary for all I care. You feel me?" Inmate B50967 nodded, and when the 2 of them caught him under the arms, he rose amiably enough and let them escort him to see the warden. McCowan called it in over the radio, letting the guards on the yard know that he had a bad guy on the way that needed a clear shot. B50967 walked up the same concrete path he had taken to his dorm every night, right up until Gerber had discovered his little secret, and though the inmates faced away from him, he could hear them whisper to themselves as he passed. "That's him. That's the guard-turned-killer. The one from Edorm? They say he killed 7 women before they caught him. Shit, think he needs a gang to watch his back? What's his name again? Who knows? Just another stinking guard who slipped up. It's the only difference between us and them anyway. They didn't get caught as often as we did." B50967 listened to them whisper the whole way to the tower, but when the procession suddenly stopped, he looked down to see who had been stupid enough to get in their way. He looked down to find a familiar orange wraith looking up at him with big green inquisitive eyes. All the guards knew about old One-Ear, all the inmates too, but most of them never got close to him. There had been one, he seemed to remember, and he had paid the price for the friendship. B50967 knew guards who brought cat food in their bags in an attempt to entice the old Orange Tom, but he'd never seen a guard get close enough to pet the old compound cat. When it twined between his legs, giving his ankles a quick nuzzle, B50967 knew that something significant had happened. It seemed the cat didn't think of him as a guard anymore, and he had been accepted as one of the rabble. The cat swiped at McGowan in passing, but as he was ready to boot to kick out at it, the cat shot off like a bolt of lightning and disappeared over the fence into the rabbit run. "Spooky," the old sergeant said, but if Gerber agreed, he gave no indication. They led him to the looming edifice that now stood as the warden's permanent residence, and as they came through the gate, McCowan told Gerber that he could go. "No need for both of us to have to wander into this spooky place. I'll meet you in the captain's office when it's time for lunch," he promised, and the officer seemed more than happy to be done with this particular detail. As the tower gate closed, locking both McGowan and the inmate inside, the old sergeant turned back to him, his warmth disappearing. "You act up," McGowan promised, opening the door and pushing him in, "and I can promise you that I'll lose you in confinement. This ain't something that happens often. Very few inmates come into the tower to speak with the warden, and if you aren't absolutely respectful, I might bounce your head off the steps before I drag you to the box. You understand?" B50967 nodded, a slow up and down, and McGowan led him up the stairs to the very top. The climb was all the more difficult because of the shackles on his legs, but he would be damned if he let McGowan know that he was discomforted. The weak and hectic thing that he had once been was gone, along with his old name. He was B50967 now, and if it didn't fit, then he was sure that after a couple of decades in this place, it would. They came to a round wooden door at the top of the stairs, and when McGowan knocked, a cultured voice told them to enter. B50967 came into the warden's office with the clink of chains and the sound of Chopin. The old recorder player was warbling out the sound of the old master as he plied his craft, and B50967 was unsurprised to see a familiar orange tom sitting on the desk and purring under the warden's gentle hand. He knew those hands could turn cruel if they wanted to, and when the old man turned those expressive red eyes on him, he shuddered all over. "Ah, there you are. I wanted to see how you were, given that you used to be one of mine in a very different sense. Thank you, Sergeant. You may go now." McGowan blinked. "Sir, I'm not supposed to—" "You are supposed to do as instructed, Sergeant. Do you think I can't handle a man, shackled hand to wrist if I need to? I've been throwing inmates around since before you were born." McGowan gave his charge a hard look, promising violence if he acted up, but it appeared he was far more afraid of the man in the pinstriped suit sitting behind the huge oak desk. "I'll be right outside," McGowan promised, closing the door behind him as he stepped onto the landing. That just left the warden and his new charge alone with the orange tomcat. "Cribs, Cribs, Cribs," the warden intoned like a disappointed father. "It pains me to see you like this, especially when we both know you were just giving them what they deserved, weren't you?" B50967 said nothing. He just sat with his hands in his lap and the chains swinging from his ankles. "After all, you were the stronger, the more cunning. Why shouldn't you have killed them? Your only crime was hubris. Really, leaving a trail like that on a work computer. It's like you were asking to get caught, although your incarceration helps me more than you can imagine." He looked up to find the warden grinning at him, his face locked in a predatory smirk that he always wore. "You see, I need something done around here, a little housekeeping, if you will. There are people here who are undermining the structure I've put in place. They are beholden to something that isn't in the best interests of this facility, and I want it to stop. I want you to stop it, Cribs." B50967 shook his head, pointing to the little ID card that was clipped to his chest. "Cribs is dead," he said, his voice rusty after months of silence. "I'm nothing but a number now. The man who sat in the dorm and wrote in that little journal is gone. I just want to live what life I can with the time I have." The warden nodded. "I suppose there's something to that. Many people find peace in a place like this. I don't think you're one of those people, however." The smirk was gone now, the playful attitude had evaporated, and the warden was ready to make a deal, it seemed. B50967 wondered if his soul would be the currency for this transaction. "You didn't kill those women because it brought you peace. You weren't trying to tip the scales of right or wrong. You killed them because you wanted to, and you never work without a purpose. So allow me to give you a purpose. I have a list of 12 men who have a combined sentence of 730 years. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's the exact same amount of time the judge gave you for your crimes. He likely thought himself clever. No one could survive 700 years, And that is what I intend to make sure of. These men have to die, so you can live. So you can go back to the life you left behind. Whether you return to killing, or whether you return to something less likely to bring you back here again, is up to you. But it's an opportunity for life, and that is something. What do you say? Keep in mind, this isn't an offer I make twice. He didn't ask what the men had done. He didn't ask how the warden would release him without repercussions. And he didn't ask why the warden would ask something like this of him. At the end of the day, B50967 didn't care. The promise of freedom, of stalking the night once again, of hunting worthy prey, was enough for him. "I accept," he said, and the warden's smile was more predatory than the grin of a hyena. As McCowan took him to his new home, the warden telling him that he would be in touch, B50967 reflected on his new purpose. 12 men seemed an acceptable trade for his life, and he found himself chuckling a little as McCowan scowled at him. "What's so funny, killer?" he asked. "Or is it finally settling in that you've ruined your life for what exactly? A little slash and splash?" "I was just thinking how nice it'll be to get back home," he said. And when the door to H4 slammed shut behind him, he knew it was true. He put his things in cell 18, empty except for him, and as he lay on the bunk, he wondered how long it would be before the warden contacted him. A day, a week, a year, made no difference. He would be ready. Jasper frowned as he read over the letter, the summons looking like no other mail he'd ever received. "On Saturday, you are summoned to attend midnight visitation as part of your rehabilitation. Attendance is non-negotiable, and refusal will result in forced attendance, followed by time spent in solitary. Be ready by no later than 11. The Warden." "Whoa, that's pretty cool," said Gavin, reading over his shoulder. "Who do you know that would come all the way down here at midnight to see you?" Jasper didn't know, and he told him as much. He was in here for killing the last person who'd given a crap about him, and he couldn't think of anyone who would make the trip in the daytime, let alone at night. His parents had disowned him after he'd killed her, and most of his family refused to have anything to do with him. Some of his cousins would still accept his letters, but few of them would bother to write back. Jasper was perplexed by the invitation, but by the sound of it, it wasn't much of an invitation anyway. Attendance seemed to be mandatory, and he was pretty sure that most of the guards on the compound would enjoy dragging him there in chains. The letter had come with their mail, and it was one of the few times the guard had called his name. The last year and a half had been difficult for Jasper, but he was getting used to making it on his own. He'd done it all his life, hadn't he? His mom and dad had been too busy with their own things to care about their middle child. Barbara was the smart one, Reggie was the athletic people person, and Jasper was the screw-up. His grades had never been too good, his achievements few and far between, and when Grace had come into the picture, his parents figured it was the best Jasper could do. Jasper had agreed with them. Grace had been everything from the moment she agreed to go steady with him. Grace was motivated, a natural saleswoman who had strived for something more than middle management. She had a successful business by the time she graduated college, and Jasper was happy to stay at home and keep the house. Jasper provided her with stability, someone to come home to who lacked the means to do any better, but he couldn't give her the one thing she wanted. That's why she left him. That's why he'd had to kill her. He couldn't stand to be apart from her, couldn't stand for her to be with somebody else. And now, he was stuck in Stragview for his lapse in judgment. That's what made the note so cryptic, and the longer he thought about it, the shorter the list of people who would come all the way here at night became. He did a little more than wait, he supposed. Jasper asked around about the midnight visitation, but no one seemed to know much about it. The younger guys all shook their heads, and the older guys clammed up when you asked about it. It was like a magic spell had been cast over the whole thing, and when you asked some of these guys, it seemed to sap the life right out of them before your eyes. Garth, one of the more gregarious murderers on Jasper's block, had looked downright scared when he'd asked him about the visitation. "I can't say nothing," Garth said, "and neither will you once you go. It's a secret that you keep after that. It's something that changes you, and you keep going back till it does." What changes you?" Jasper had asked, but Garth wouldn't say any more. "Get away from me. Get away before he thinks I told you." He left in a hurry then, their chess game only 4 moves in, and Jasper found he had more questions than before. He supposed that all would be answered on Saturday, and as the days passed, he found himself a little excited about the whole idea of the thing. When Saturday night arrived, Officer Gage found him in his bunk, his best uniform still looking ragged as he waited for whatever might come. Gage held out a pair of cuffs, telling Jasper that he'd have to cuff him before he left. Jasper nodded, putting his hands behind his back, but Gage told him it was in the front this time. Jasper shrugged. It was his show, and let him cuff him in the front. Some of the guys who were still awake made suggestive noises as he left, some of them telling him to enjoy his night visit, but the older guys were noticeably quiet. Gage led him to the visitation area, a little spot behind staff check-in, and when Jasper shook the cuffs at him, Gage told him to sit down and put his hands on the eye hook on the table. There were a few guys in here, some of them Jasper knew, but most he didn't, and they all seemed to be cuffed to the protruding hook in the center of the table. Jasper started to buck, but realized it wouldn't do any good. Whatever this was, they'd have him, one way or another. He set his hands on the table, and Gage pulled a lock out of his pocket. He secured Jasper to the spot before leaving him in an all-fired hurry. Whatever was about to happen, Gage clearly didn't want any part of it. Jasper glanced around the room, taking in the men that sat around him. There were about 12 in all of them shackled to the table, and they were all spaced so that at least 3 chairs separated them from one another. Most of them looked confused or unsure, but a couple of them looked like they knew what was coming, knew and weren't looking forward to it. One of them, a big bald bruiser named Dennis, had his head against the table as he cried nakedly between his elbows. Another, who Jasper didn't know, was praying in fast Spanish. A third, Jasper thought his name might be Conroy, was thrashing around as he pulled at his bonds. His eyes were roving like a scared horse, and he kept pulling at his cuffs until he heard a lock click near the back of the room. Then he went still, and Jasper thought he saw him listening for something. A pair of double metal doors at the back of the room burst open then, and Jasper saw a small group walk in, unattended by guards. 2 of them were children, a pair of twins who looked ghostly under the dim fluorescent. One was a dark woman who sat down in front of the man who prayed. The last was a tall, homely woman who took the seat across from a younger inmate that Jasper couldn't put a name to. The young man stiffened as she sat down, and the pair were close enough that Jasper could suddenly see the woman's problem wasn't her face, but rather what was on it. She had a crop of mold growing from ear to ear, and as it wove around her eyes, it made it look like she were wearing glasses. "Hello, Emmanuel," she said, her voice thick, but not unhappy to see him. "I see prison has suited you." "The hell is this?" Emmanuel said, trying to back away and failing as the chains caught him. "You ain't real. You look like my ma, but you ain't my ma." "Course I am, Em. How else would I know how you drowned me in the bathtub? How else would I know what you did to me before you buried me in the basement? How else would I know how much you cried before you turned yourself in? You could feel me watching you from the corner of the room, and it ate at you until you just couldn't take it anymore. The way," she leaned a little closer, looking at him mischievously, "that you ate at me after I was gone." The inmate started making a sound like someone choking on air. He kept pulling away from the woman, but the chains brought him up yet again. Jasper looked away, but he could see similar scenes of horror unfolding around him as more people joined them. The twins sat down in front of the sobbing man, but he wouldn't lift his head. He wouldn't look at them, couldn't look at them. But the longer Jasper looked, the more he could see the bruises around their necks. The deep, purple marks looked like individual fingers, and they seemed incapable of speaking through their bruised throats. They sat menacingly across from him, and every peek he gave them was followed by a hopeless cry of terror. Others came, men, women, children, mothers, fathers, wives, everything in between. The inmates' reactions were as varied as the specters. One man could only repeat the phrase, "I'm sorry," as a half-naked boy of 17 sat silently across from him. The mother and son he had seen first were now sitting with her hands on his as he rocked and shook his head in negation. What could only be an older man's parents asked if he were proud of what he'd done to them, but he only sat silently and stared right through them. Jasper wondered when it would be his turn, but he didn't have long to ponder. "Sorry I'm late, dear. The commute was dreadful." His breath came out as little more than a puff of smoke, and when he turned to look at her, Jasper could tell that it was Grace only by the necklace she wore. He'd given her that necklace for their 3rd anniversary, and he supposed her parents had left it on her when they buried her. Her face, a face he had loved so much, was gone. She looked like a burn victim, like a used-up matchstick, and the eyes that looked back at him glowed from empty sockets. Jasper wanted to scream, wanted to pull away, as her red and oozing hands came out to touch his, but he couldn't muster the strength. She was burnt, her beauty stolen in death, and that was his fault. After he'd blindsided her, begging for another chance, she had told him to get lost. She said she couldn't be with someone who wouldn't give her children, and suggested that he go back to his mom's house before her new boyfriend found them together. At the mention of her new boyfriend, he grabbed her by the neck and turned away, slamming her head against the wall of the stairwell outside her apartment. He had kept right on doing this until she stopped struggling, and even then, he did it a few more times. He only stopped when her head began to dribble something besides blood, and he realized he'd broken her skull. He was scared then, afraid that he would get caught, and when he put her in his car, he wasn't sure what he intended to do with her. The police had caught him in his parents' backyard, one of their neighbors having seen the whole thing, but by then, Grace had been a charcoal briquette. He'd heard the funeral had been closed casket, but apparently they hadn't closed it tight enough. "What's wrong, dear? Didn't you tell me you couldn't live without me? I believe it was a little bit before you smashed my head against the wall. I assumed that since you'd taken all that time to burn me, that you wanted me to look this way. Well, have a look, Jasper. See what you've done to your Grace." Every word she spoke sent flakes of her tongue and lips onto the table, onto his hands, onto Jasper's face. She was leaning in closer, bringing her horrible visage closer to his, and Jasper felt his sanity beginning to whimper. As she brought the remains of her blackened lips together. He added his scream to the others. As they pressed against his flesh, he let his eyes roll up to the whites. He tried to stay conscious, but the sheer horror of the situation was eroding his mind. This couldn't be. Things like this weren't real. Grace was dead. She couldn't come back to torment him. As he regained consciousness, he found that he was still chained to the table, and terrible Grace was still sitting across from him. "You seem to have gotten a little sleepy, my love. That's okay. The warden was nice enough to extend visitation for the whole night, and I was more than happy to come see my best fella." Jasper screamed until his throat broke, and when Gage opened the door at 5 o'clock, all those present were silent as the grave. Gage led them away like a flock of lambs, easily correcting them when they tried to stumble out of line. He'd been doing this for a while, 2 or 3 years at least, and he learned not to question what went on behind that door. He heard begging, heard screaming, heard the mad laughter of the deranged. And at the end of the month, he found an extra $500 added to his check for every midnight visitation he conducted. His smile curdled when he remembered what the warden had said to him when he gave him the position. "I know you're struggling to feed your appetites, and it's only a matter of time before you end up inside these walls for doing something foolish. Why not let me help you feed those urges, and in exchange, I won't tell anyone what sort of debauchery you get up to in your spare time." The warden was a weird one, but Gage had to admit he had always kept his promises. Gage wondered what he put those poor saps through, but quickly put it out of his mind. The warden's games were none of his concern, and how he chose to discipline his inmates was his business. Do you know what it's like to be trapped somewhere with no chance of getting out? Do you know what it's like to wonder if you'll wake up tomorrow on this side of the veil or not? These are things I've been struggling with while in prison, and it seems that a very different creature has come to Stragview. It's not a beast that the warden can control, and it isn't something his enforcers can threaten or lock away. It came in with a sneeze or a cough, riding on someone's shirt or hands, and it's spread through the compound like wildfire. The inmates call it K-flu, the guards call it the Erutious strain, and those who get it call out for death more often than not before it comes. It's a super aggressive lung infection, and if it's not treated properly, it literally drowns you in your own mucus. It started slow. A couple of inmates and a couple of guards could be heard coughing and hacking, but soon it was all over the compound. Dorms were quarantined. Inmates kept indoors once a few of them tested positive, and violence was never far away. I caught it 2 days before the Stragview riots, and it nearly got me killed. I'm not a violent man. I'm in prison for 5 years after a home my father left me collapsed, and I was unable to pay to have it cleaned up. I'm 24. I'm a high school dropout living paycheck to paycheck, and if I couldn't pay to have the place fixed up, how was I supposed to pay to have it cleaned up? I worked 6 days a week to keep my bills paid, and when the cops came to serve me court papers for criminal littering, I was shocked. I didn't even know that was a thing. I'll admit that I might have reacted badly. I didn't mean to bump the cop as he tried to push me against the car. I didn't mean for him to fall and break his elbow on the concrete stopper at the gas station I worked at. I tried to tell that to the judge, but he didn't care. I'd never been arrested in my life, but suddenly I had injured a Leo and got myself 5 years for assault and criminal littering. That's how I came to be sick inside of the high custody dorm, how I almost got killed. When I woke up with a cough, I was suddenly very thankful that I didn't have a bunkie. My old bunkie had been taken to the infirmary a week before, and I bet he was the one who gave it to me. I managed to hide it for a day, but as it got worse, someone must have noticed. I woke up on the second day to find inmates pushing me out of my bunk as they took my stuff and put it by the door. It was afternoon. I'd slept through dinner as the fever started getting high, and I must have been coughing because they discovered my sickness. They put me on the door, telling the officer that I had to go, and threatening to hurt me if I didn't get out. "We aren't getting sick because you want to hack up a lung. Shouldn't have been swapping slobber with your old bunkie. Get the hell out of here, kid, before we make you feel even worse." They were backing me into the door, pushing me en masse, when the door opened and I saw 3 officers coming in to see what was going on. One of them shoved me towards an officer at the back, and he put me in cuffs and took me to confinement. I didn't know why I was going to the box, but I knew it was better than where I was leaving. "Sir, listen, I think I might be really sick. I need some medicine or something. Please, help me." "There's a whole wing-in seg for guys like you so you can hack and cough together all night. Medical comes down all the time so you'll get all the care that you..." We both looked up as the siren started going off, and when the inmates in H-Dorm started pouring out, he ran me to confinement and locked us behind the gate. Inmates were howling for blood. Some of them hit the tall chain-link gate, and I was pretty glad I was inside. Some of the orderlies were standing on the sidewalk, looking dumbstruck at the sight of so much chaos, and as the guards in G-Dorm came out to see, the officer who had brought me told them to back up because he had one more for quarantine. I was dragged down a little hall and tossed into a cell by myself. I asked him what was going on, but he just ran the door shut and opened the little flap, demanding I bring his cuffs back. I let him uncuff me, turning immediately to ask if a riot was going on, but he had closed the flap and ran off to help or hide or whatever he meant to do. I was left in the cell with no clue of what to expect, and no company, except for the hacking and screaming of those around me. The first night was the worst. I lay on the cold steel and listened to the sounds of the riot as it went on outside my window. They couldn't get past the barbed wire fence that surrounded segregation, so they took their frustration out in other ways. I smelled smoke a few times. Pretty sure they'd set one of the dorms on fire, but my cell faced away from the compound, and I couldn't be sure of what was going on. I would have complained about sleeping on cold metal, but it actually felt good against my skin as I lay there. The fever was rising, and I shivered and sweated in turn. I had been wearing my thermals when they took me in, which helped some, but as they soaked up my sweat, they didn't help my shivering much. Around me, people screamed and yelled, wanting food or medicine or someone to cuss at. No one came, though. Not that whole night, as far as I can recall. Whatever was going on outside the walls of my cell was beginning to peter out, and as order was restored, the compound became quiet. There was the occasional shotgun blast, the shouts and curses of those who refused to lie down, and the low hiss as someone put out a fire. I dragged myself to the sink once or twice, the toilet too, and at some point I fell asleep. I woke up to a guard banging on the door to tell me that lunch was there. I saw a brown paper bag on the floor of my cell and guessed that breakfast had come while I was asleep. Another bag joined it on the ground, but as I tried to sit up, my head spun. My mouth was full of cotton and my cheeks were hot to the touch. My cough sounded wet and felt thick in my throat. My breath was coming out ragged. I was much sicker than I had been the day before, and I tried to ask the officer when medical was coming around. He just closed the flap and moved on. I drank some water, my throat grateful for the moisture, but the food in the bag held nothing for me. I had no appetite, no desire to eat at all, and I went back to lying on my steel frame. I slept till night and then lay in the dark as I tried to get back to sleep. I was reeling in my own skin, feeling the heat baking off of me, and as I looked at the bottom of the bunk that hung above me, I started to see the lines there performing a play just for me. The various numbers and gang signs and names and other things that countless inmates had scratched there moved across the beige plains. They were like animals. They hunted each other, lived with each other, banded together, and as they went about their lives, all I could do was watch. I lay there, splayed out and panting, as the little play became my whole world. It all zoomed in, hyperfixating itself upon me, as I silently drank it in like manna. When someone called my name, I turned my head groggily, and realized that a pair of eyes were looking at me through the flap. "Quincy? Roger Quincy?" she asked, sounding annoyed. That was me. I realized it was me, but I could have no more gotten up to see what she wanted than I could have told her the date and time. "Has he been like this the whole time?" she asked someone I couldn't see. "Pretty much. He came in right before the riot the night before." "Well, if he doesn't want his meds, I don't have time to worry with him." The flap shut, and they went on to the next cell. It didn't mean anything to me then, but thinking back on it now, it's odd to hear yourself spoken of like you don't matter or you can't manage for yourself. It was like being a child and hearing your parents talk about what was best for you. Though somehow worse, because you know that these individuals don't have your best interest at heart. You're meat to them, pure and simple, and I realize now that they wouldn't do much until I was dead or unresponsive. I was trapped, at their mercy, and as the door to the quad slammed shut, I went back to watching the pictures on the ceiling dance and play. The sun came up, but it didn't matter either. I lay in my sweaty clothes and baked in my fever. I couldn't move, I couldn't think straight. And when breakfast came, I heard the guard sigh as he told me to pick up my bags before they attracted ants. He moved on again, not bothering to ask how I was or if I was okay. I blinked, and it was dark again. When I coughed, I gasped in surprise when my air seemed strangled. My mucus had formed a pinprick for me to breathe through, and as I hacked to make the hole bigger, I sped up a glob of dark-colored phlegm. It wasn't red, but it was dark. Dark green. It made me feel a little sick. I tried to get up and drink some water, but my body was so weak I couldn't do much but roll off the bed and flounder on the concrete. I'd hoped that when one of the guards noticed me, they would get me some help. In that, I was disappointed. I don't know which guard it was, but the one who came by 20 minutes later looked in and rolled his eyes at me. I was halfway between the bed and the toilet, dragging myself forward with each painful pull, and when I heard him breathe out in exasperation, I looked up. We made eye contact for a few seconds, mine pleading with his unimpressed gaze, but he shook his head before walking on. He likely saw dozens of other inmates in the same state, some undoubtedly playing it up so they could get attention, or move to medical, or something as simple as a cold or hot shower. But at that moment, all I needed was for him to be a human being, and he failed me. I lay there on the ground, still dragging myself along like a dog, until I got to the sink. From the concrete floor, it looked as tall as Everest. But there was another option. My eyes began to leak as I looked at it, seeing the bowl of the steel toilet, but I could no more pull myself up to the sink than I could have pulled myself onto the top bunk. I did manage to flush it first, and the water inside was cold and not as gross as I would have thought. I splashed some onto my face, sucking it out of my mustache as it dripped into my mouth, and I lay back panting as my fever raged. The water hadn't done much to cool my fever, and I scooped a few more handfuls onto my face when I was able. It seemed to evaporate on my skin, and I could tell it was high by the way my vision swam. I had to be running at least 101, more like 102, and as I leaned against the wall, I felt myself time travel. I would blink and lose hours, watching the sun slide down one side of the cell to the other. That's why it took me so long to remember the man I saw leave segregation. It all had the dreamy feeling of something unreal, and when I heard the snap of the stretcher being opened, I pulled myself up to the window by sheer curiosity. Out in the block, the guards were wheeling a man out on a stretcher. He was lying in a strangely gauzy blanket, and I saw the nurse take his temperature and check his vitals. One of them took the stethoscope away and shook her head, the other zipping him into the bag and wheeling him away. I can't actually be sure this happened. It could have just been a fever dream, but I remember it with an oddly crystalline clarity that leads me to believe the memory was real. Morning meds never came, but when someone called my name later, I jerked awake and realized it was afternoon. There was another sack lunch on the floor, and ants were making a trail to it. Guess the guard had been right on that one. The flap was down, and the nurse was shaking a cup of pills for evening meds. I stuck my hand up so I wouldn't miss it, but the nurse did not spill them into my hand. "Where's your drink?" I looked at her, the words sounding like the reverb on a speaker, as I tried to make sense of them. "Your water. You need water to take your pills. Get your water." I looked at the sink, finding I had some strength left in my legs as I tried to put them under me. I shook like an old man, my balance tentative, and as I shuffled for the sink, the nurse spat at me to hurry up. When I got to the sink, I stood there for a few minutes, trying to figure out what was missing. Then it hit me. I don't have a cup," I half whispered. "Shut the flap," she yelled. "I don't have time for this nonsense." The flap was shut, and I was left standing at the sink until my shaking legs finally brought me down to the toilet. I started to cry. I was gonna burn up in here. Was this where I would take my final breath? I took the opportunity to splash some cold water on my face, soaking my hair and shirt, which helped some. I was wet, but I was colder and started to shiver as I pulled the blanket off my bed and slept sitting on the toilet. When I woke up, I heard the faint sound of a different nurse as she passed out pills in the early morning. I had a minute to get ready, and I meant to be ready. I looked around for something to use as a cup, my eyes settling on a sweaty carton of milk that sat beside the door. I had missed the evening meal, it seemed, and the milk inside was warm and likely no good to drink. I dumped it out with shaky hands and filled it with water from the sink. After washing it a few times, I was just filling it again when the flap came down, and a pair of eyes peeked in. "Quincy?" she asked, and I shook my milk carton as I held out my hand. "Glad to see you're feeling a little stronger," she said, though she didn't sound glad. She pressed a few pills into my hand and closed the flap, her cart rumbling on as I lifted them to my mouth. I didn't even ask what they were. I swallowed them with some water from the milk carton, gagging as they stuck in my dry throat. I worried I was going to choke on them for a minute, filling the carton again as I drank more. The carton gave the water a mealy taste, but it was cold, and I was glad to have fresh water as opposed to toilet water. I leaned back then, waiting for the pills to do their work, and watched the wall as a play was put on for my amusement. The chips and nicks, the graffiti and pictures, they all became stars, constellations that danced and dipped just for me. They wove through a celestial byplay, telling the stories of their birth, their life, and their eventual death. I was spellbound by it all. I sat with my scratchy prison blanket pulled around me, like a homeless drunk, too gone to know he's watching nothing but air. When breakfast came, I forced myself to eat a little of it, and as the sun rose beyond the plexiglass, I passed out and time traveled again. I woke up as someone called my name for lunch, reached out so they didn't simply drop the tray on the ground, and found I had a little appetite. I ate a little food before falling asleep again. I woke up in the afternoon for meds, ate dinner, found I was a little stronger. Someone noticed I didn't have a mat and brought me one. Someone offered me a shower, and I took it. The hot water felt good as I stood underneath it, and I realized that I wasn't as unsteady as I had been. I went back to sleep when I was put back in my cell, and woke up when the nurse called my name so I could get my morning meds. Much like the constellations, I danced my own dance, and one day I woke up and realized I felt normal again. Whatever I had been afflicted with had passed, and I was deemed well enough to leave quarantine. I was given a shave and a haircut, and when they sat me down in the chair in the barber shop, I wondered who that hobo was in the mirror. My hair and beard had grown long while I was in the box, and I wondered how long I'd been in there. The compound looked different than when I'd gone in, but still much the same. Buildings had been repaired, the grass had regrown, and I guess that I'd spent a few weeks in segregation. While I sat, they decided that I might be better suited to an open bay dorm, and I was placed in E-dorm. That was the end of my time in quarantine. It wasn't years and years spent beyond the door, but sometimes I can still remember that odd time of my life. I could have easily died back there without anyone being the wiser, like the man I remember them wheeling out in a bag. But I didn't. I survived somehow, and now I'm afraid I will lose that time. Though painful, that's why I'm writing it down. I want to remember how I was treated, the way I was looked at as if I was a subhuman. So I remember not to treat others that way. I'll be released soon, God willing, and I never want to find myself in a place like this again. Hey Sarge, can I see you for a minute? I'd taken half a step towards the cell when Officer Marshall stuck a meaty paw out to stop me. Don't engage him. It's best to just ignore that one. I nodded, feeling a little bad for just blowing the guy off as we got back to counting inmates. It was my first day in confinement, and I wanted to make a good impression on the guys I'd be spending a lot of time with in the near future. Corrections was not a job I'd ever seen myself doing, but after college, I didn't have as many prospects as I'd thought I would. I could go work at the diner, I could go work at the hardware store, I could go work as a laborer at one of the local farms, or I could pick up and move somewhere with better job prospects. I wasn't really opposed to leaving Kashmir. It was a small town without a lot going for it, but I wasn't in a place where I could afford to leave at the moment. I started looking for jobs in other cities, and that's when I stumbled across a posting for Stragview. After looking at the pay range, I started making a plan. With the sign-on bonus and pay grade, I could work here for the next 2 to 3 years and have enough money saved up to move myself across the state, set myself up in a job that actually interested me. What's more, the security certification I got from training would look good in my portfolio and maybe open up my prospects with employers. So I signed up, took the 90-day training certification, and started my 2-year tour at Stragview Penitentiary. After a few shifts of coming into work on time and not being a totally worthless human being, my captain asked if I wanted to try my hand at confinement. He said he had a lot of brutes and manhandlers, but not a lot of people willing to have a conversation with an inmate, maybe talk them out of some dumb stuff. His last one had apparently gone home and murdered his whole family before winding up here for execution, and he mostly had brutes back there after that. You and Marshall can good cop, bad cop these guys a little, and maybe I won't have to fill out so much use of force paperwork on some dumbass from G-Dorm. I'd agreed, and here I was, in the show, as they called it. We finished counting the 3 quads, and when we got back to the station, the grizzled old sergeant went for a smoke. "Keep an eye on 2, he mumbled, patting Marshall on the arm as he left. I'd taken a seat in one of the ancient old chairs they kept there, Marshall sitting behind the bank of cameras that made up our new surveillance post, before he turned to look at me. He steepled his fingers, trying to choose his words very carefully, and I immediately got a little nervous. I had been told that Marshall was a little ornery, a little hard to get along with, but he seemed fine to me. The two of us had talked about strategy games and fantasy novels. Marshall was a big Salvatore fan, as big as I was, and when we'd called count, he'd gone out to the floor like we'd done it 1,000 times before. I'm only going to say this once, but I want you to listen. I'm not trying to tell you your business. I'm not trying to scare you, but I don't want you to get hurt. The inmate in G101 is best avoided at all costs. I nodded, but internally I breathed a sigh of relief. He was just talking about the guy I'd started to talk to. Guy was probably a lifer or someone who liked to mess with the new guys. I'd seen a story in training about downing the duck, and I figured it was in the same vein as that. Once he talked to you, you were probably hooked, and eventually he'd reel you in. That's inmate, I tried to remember his name, but Marshall beat me to it. James Tiberius Babicus. He spoke the name like an incantation against evil. He's been a resident of G1 for the last year and a half, and for the last year and 2 months, I've tried to get him sent elsewhere. The man's a menace, a manipulator. He will waste your time at any given opportunity. It's best to just leave him be. Don't speak to him. Don't acknowledge him. What about showers, I asked, not sure that we could ignore him and still give him the things he was supposed to have. He doesn't get them. We open his flap, and only if he moves to the back of the cell. A towel and a bar of soap go in. He bird baths, or he smells. He has only himself to smell good for, anyway. Is he housed alone, I asked, still curious about this strange inmate that had Marshall so spooked. He is, he confirmed, but that's what happens when you're responsible for the deaths of 2 cellmates and an officer. He killed an officer? I asked, startled since the man I'd seen looking through the glass hadn't looked like much. Not here, surely, or he'd be somewhere else. Marshall shook his head, glancing at the cameras before looking out into the shadowy depths of Quad 2 for a second. He killed 3 men in that cell. One of them when he first got here, another 5 months later, and an officer 5 months after that. That's why I'm telling you this. I want you prepared for this man when he comes to talk to you. He is never to be by the door when you open that flap. He is always to be at the back of the cell, facing away from the door, or he gets nothing. He doesn't eat, he doesn't get fresh clothes, he doesn't get anything unless he's facing away from you. Once the things he is required to have go into his cell, you close the flap and walk away. Got it? He smiled as he finished, and I believed him when he said that he wasn't joking or this wasn't some kind of weird hazing. I told him I had it, and as Sergeant walked back in, smelling of cigarettes, we went to start showers for the evening. That began my time around inmate Babicus. He was a weird guy, kind of small and quiet for the most part. His parentage was difficult to pin down. He looked mixed race, but which races had mixed was anybody's guess. Marshall just shrugged when I asked him. About once a shift, he would try to get my attention, but it was only when Marshall wasn't around. Marshall was a big guy, probably in his early to mid-40s, who had hands and arms like a longshoreman. Sometimes he would glower at Babicus, and the inmate would smile and give him this "ain't we old pals" look. He never spoke to him, and the inmate's food always came in a brown bag so we could drop it in and close it up before the inmate could leave the back of the cell. True to his word, Babicus never showered, never saw a medical, never received meds, never got so much as a letter from anyone. Not because we withheld these things from him, but because no one wanted to have anything to do with him. He was utterly forgotten, a black spot in the dorm, and no one seemed to want to speak with him, inmates or staff. I felt a little bad for him in the beginning, but after night of dealing with him, I became less sympathetic. You see, inmate Babicus wanted nothing so much as your attention, and he wasn't picky about how he got it. Every round he would try some gamble to get you to acknowledge him. He would try charm. "Hey, Sarge, I bet you got something tasty in your lunch bag. If you don't, you can have a soup of mine or something. I got a few out." He tried to interest you in things you might have in common. "Hey, Sarge, you catch a game last night? Who won? I remember the Ravens were really getting their asses kicked in the..." he would try. Insults. Yeah, move along, pussy. I don't want to talk to you no ways. I can tell you a weak shit by the, he would claim, medical assistants. Officer, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I need a nurse. I need to go to the hospital. Help me. Somebody help me. Sometimes he would try to move you by beginning to wail and beg for help. Sarge, I need someone to talk to for a minute. I'm thinking dark thoughts. I'm feeling so low. I just need someone to talk to for a... But no matter what, we would ignore him and keep doing what we were doing. He never pursued any of this. He never hurt himself, and if you called medical for his emergencies, they would say that he was fine and refuse to come down. Everyone you talked to about inmate Babicus seemed to have the same opinion of him, and it was a universal thing that no one liked him or would interact with him. He was an enigma, but he was a mystery I was usually too busy to worry about. Until they started taking Marshall out of confinement, that was. It happened at briefing about 6 months after I started there. We were getting ready to head to our dorms when we were informed that Marshall was going to work as Security 9 that night. Security 9 is the front man for the captain, the power behind the throne, and is usually the one who settles issues in the dorm so the captain doesn't have to. They gave me and Sarge some new guy, Perkins, and I was told to train him up and get him ready for the show. Marshall said it would probably just be temporary, and I went to go train Perkins so he'd be a useful replacement. 4 months later, Perkins had become 40, had become vets, had finally become an officer we'd received from another facility named Adams. At this time, Sarge had been replaced by a useless Sarge named Belford. We'd come in one evening to hear that Sergeant Thomas, had been hospitalized after a bad heart attack. They weren't sure he was going to come back, despite his insistence that he needed to return to his post, and Belford had been elected to replace him as our confinement sergeant. Belford greeted Adams and I, shaking our hands and telling us it was a pleasure to work with us, but he turned out to be useless. Marshall had told me ahead of time, strictly off to the side, that he would be a poor replacement for Sarge, but I didn't believe him right away. Marshall was a good guy. We'd become very good friends over the past few months, but he could be a bit of a pessimist. He's lazy, unmotivated, and he will not do paperwork or rounds. Worse, when he tries to do paperwork, he messes it up worse than if he just didn't do it at all. Adams is lazy too, but at least he can be counted on to finish showers and help with chow. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, buddy, but you're basically the confinement sergeant now. You will hate it. You will likely dream of quitting, but stick it out. In the end, I think your efforts may be rewarded. That began the worst 3 months of my life. Bedford was every bit as bad as Marshall had warned. Very few of the COs on my shift were the picture of health, but Bedford made the others look good by comparison. He would not do rounds. He would not deal with inmates unless forced, and when he did, he would simply give them whatever they wanted so he could return to his bubble. What he did do was book inmates into confinement, ruin perfectly good paperwork, and watch YouTube all night, as he elevated the stock price of Hot Pockets, 1 box at a time. After a month, I told him to stop doing folders, and I would do them when I got done with showers. He was happy to oblige, and every night after that, he happily sprayed crumbs across the keyboard as he consumed carbs and cat videos in equal parts. I sighed in disgust, my pants and shirts sweaty from moving grown men between showers and cells for the first 4 hours of my shift, as I turned back to the folders that were the lifeblood of the unit. Sometimes I would manage to kick the chair Adams was sleeping in hard enough to wake him up for a round. Sometimes I'd just do it myself. But ultimately, the work got done, and I persevered. It was month 13 for me of my 24-month plan, a plan I suspected would stretch on for another year because I had given up on rejoining normal society. That was when the mystery of inmate Babicus was finally solved. It was a mystery that would be solved with pain and tears in the end. Through all of this, inmate Babicus had not changed at all. He continued to harass every guard who walked past him, but all of them knew better than to interact with him. I had warned all the new ones, but Adams seemed to have nothing for him from the start. He would spit and cuss and kick all he wanted, but he was ignored, and he continued to fester in the cell like a mushroom in the shower stall. He still tried, though on the day in question, he finally got a reaction out of me. It had been the day from hell. 2 inmates had flooded their cells, making showers take way longer than they should have. Day shift hadn't finished the medical visits, so a nurse showed up at 10 to get us to pull some inmates for night meds. The night shift that had been here the night before, D shift, had messed up the folders by entrusting them to a new bubble officer, so I spent most of the night fixing them. I had to do incident reports for the 2 inmates who flooded, since we had to use force on them to get them to stop, and when round time came at 4, I still wasn't halfway through the folders. I looked over to Adams, but realized he was already gone. A glance through the window showed me he was out on the floor with the nurse doing morning med pass, and they were still in quad 4, which meant they had just started. I looked at Bedford, the big lummox pounding the desk as a cat did something stupid while a person voiced it over, and shook my head as I went to do a round. I started in 1, and that was when it happened. You see, on top of all that, inmate Babacus had tried to bother me every time I went past his cell that night. He had exhausted all gambits and taken to insulting me more than anything. I was a pussy. I was a cracker. I was a homophobic slur that I won't use here. I performed sex acts with various members of my own species and other species, and on and on and on and on. I had ground my teeth every time I heard his voice, until I was pretty sure that my left bottom molar was about to crack. But I'd be lying if I said that was all it was. Babacus had been repeating this process every night for as long as I could remember, and by now it was like a constant ice flow eroding a stone. My patience, my mental health, my will to live, it was all in tatters, and I was worried that someday I might hurt him, more than I was worried about him hurting me. It's hard to explain, but after a while the darkness starts creeping up on you, and all the hopelessness and negativity turns you into the very thing you hate. No matter how much you fight it, eventually it gets its claws in you, and that night, it got me. I was coming around his cell when a small voice snapped the minor threads of my sanity like piano wire. "Sarge, can I talk to you for a minute?" When his voice hit me, I lost it. "What, Babacus?" I shouted, turning my full attention to the cell door for the first time. "What the hell do you want?" It was dark, but I could see his eyes as he peeked at me through the thin sheet of plexiglass. When he smiled, his teeth looked very white in the dark space, but I was too lost to rage to care. He had wanted my attention. Well, now he had it. "I just wanted to know what your plans were for after work." I opened my mouth to tell him it was none of his damn business what I meant to do. But instead, I told him the truth. And as the anger drained out of me in slow spurts, I felt a sense of intense malaise wash over me. I'm gonna sleep until it's time to come back to work again. I might stop for some food, too. "That's good. Man, when I was on the outside, I used to love to make weird stuff with gas station food. I'd go buy ramen noodles and canned cheese and He just kept talking, kept laying out his recipe for something that sounded terrible, but I couldn't turn away. I found myself getting closer to the door, stepping right up next to stare at the grate as I listened, and as he went on, I could smell his rancid breath through the little holes. I tried to pull against it. I didn't want to waste my time with him, but the longer I listened, the more I was drawn in. "You got any coffee up there, Sarge? I bet you drink it with cream and sugar. My mom and I used to sit on the back porch and drink coffee and watch the sun come up. She was the only person who ever actually talked with me. Everyone else just ignores me or they die, but Mom always seemed to enjoy hearing me talk. I guess she died too, but not 'cause of nothing I did. She was just old, and one day she says, 'James, I won't be around forever, so you better—'" My teeth chattered a little, my legs shaking as I stood listening to his story. What was happening to me? I felt pulled towards the grate, his words drawing me in, and the longer I listened, the weaker I felt. Someone was saying something over the radio, but anything not coming out of this man's mouth was tuned down to background noise. I felt like I might be getting sleepy, like I might be getting ready to pass out. But Babacus was only getting started. The longer he talked, the more sturdy his voice became. The more I listened, the less weak he sounded. The more he sounded like he was growing. How tall was the man? He hadn't appeared very large, but the more he spoke, the more it seemed like his voice was rising up the door frame. When she died, I just didn't know what to do with myself, Sarge. I was so sad, I had started making my own way. I was like a child by myself, and all I knew was talking. I started talking to people, telling my story, and then they just kept dying. At first it was weird, just watching them shrivel up the longer they listened, but pretty soon I figured out it was me doing it. I was taking something from them, something I had never been able to take before. You see, when I was a kid, I was real shy. I only really talked to my mom and clammed up otherwise. I remember once a teacher tried to get me to talk in front of the class, but the words fell from his mouth like diarrhea, and the phrase had never been more apt to me. He was rambling, spewing his words like a fire hose, and the longer I listened, the weaker I felt. This was how he killed people, I thought, as his rambling went on and on. He talked them to death and stole their life. Pretty soon, he'll do the same to me, I thought, and I tried to break away so that I could get out of the vacuum. I pushed with all my might, trying to snap out of my trance, but I was in too deep. I could hear someone yelling, hear inmates kicking and screaming, but I was powerless to do anything but sit there and listen to this fool babble. When someone hit me in a football tackle, I gasped in pain as my hip impacted the stairs. I broke my hip in 3 places, and it likely saved my life. Marshall had hit me around the waist, and when he stood up, he started shouting at the quad for all of them to shut up. He very carefully avoided speaking to Babacus, but I could see him give Marshall the same knowing grin that he had fixed on him before. Marshall called medical down, and I was loaded onto an ambulance and taken to Kashmir Medical Center. It's all kind of a blur after the EMTs gave me a shot of something, but when I came back to myself, I was in a crisp, clean hospital room, with Marshall sitting across from me in an oversized chair, the ones they always leave for guests. "Good. I was afraid I was too late," he said, breathing a sigh of relief. "Too late?" I asked, and I almost flinched at how brittle my voice sounded. "Belford called to tell me that you needed assistance in G. Stat, but the stupid fool didn't bother to give any details. The story is that you tripped going down the stairs and hurt yourself. The camera footage will likely go missing, and the prison will pay for your medical bills and put you on workman's comp." I nodded, wincing as my hip throbbed painfully. "Marshall, what the hell happened out there?" "What happened is you engaged inmate Babacus in conversation and discovered why no one else will. It's hard to understand if you've never seen it in action, but now you know better." Marshall flexed his fingers for a moment, trying to find the words to convey what I was really asking, and finally decided to just push ahead. "About a year before you started, I made the same mistake. I knew better. I'd been told better, but Babacus is crafty. He picks and picks and picks until you just can't take it anymore. That night he finally got under my skin. I had an inmate in the quad kicking his door and threatening to hurt himself, and the captain we had made Belford look like a super cop. He refused to come down and deal with it, telling us to handle it, and Babacus happened to be his neighbor. I'd answered him honestly, thinking it was the guy in the cell that I'd been dealing with, and before I knew it, he had me. I stood there and listened to his nonsense, feeling my energy get sapped away as he talked. He had me for about 3 minutes before Sarge noticed what was happening. My fellow floor officer was at the captain's office. He was useless and was out flirting with the girl who did all the paperwork for our useless captain, and Sarge popped the emergency keys and ran to save me. He dragged me off the floor and pulled me back to the station, but the damage was done. Marshall looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw pain behind his eyes as he asked his next question. "How old do you think I am?" I shook my head. "I don't know. 40? 43 tops." He smiled, but there was no joy behind it. "I'll be 25 this year. I'm only 3 years younger than you. This is what Babacus does to you. He sucks the life out of you to feed his own sick needs. But not anymore. The warden says he's going somewhere special, somewhere he can't ever do this again. We can rest easy, knowing you'll be the last. At least I hope so." He left after that, saying he had to get some sleep before work tonight. I look at myself now and understand what Marshall meant. I've aged 10 years in a matter of minutes, and I wonder if the change is purely to my appearance. Did he take those years from me? How did he manage to do this with only words? Did the warden know that this was something he was capable of? It seems as if he must have, but then why would he give him the opportunity to do it again? The longer I sit here contemplating it, the more I question what other monsters might lay within Stragview, and whether I want to go back there and face them a second time. I never really had a usual post when I came to work. Some people would come in and work the same dorm for months on end, but not me. I was in E dorm one night, B dorm the next, standing in for someone in confinement when they got sick, and working with the captain all weekend sometimes. This also usually meant I was the one to give out breaks when someone needed relief. Stragview had been undergoing a bit of an employment shortage, so some nights you'd only have one person in a dorm for the whole 12-hour shift. Each dorm had a bathroom, each dorm had a microwave, but sometimes it's nice to go stretch your legs or have a smoke or get a snack out of the break room. So, when they put me as the captain second on the yard, I knew that would lead to me giving out breaks most every night of my career. Working with the captain likely sounds glamorous, but most of the time, you're just doing his paperwork, filling out his shift reports, or doing things like fence checks or perimeter inspections. It's pretty tedious most of the time, but it beats getting stuck in a dorm by yourself. Around midnight, I would start calling around to see who had single officers in the dorm and who needed a break. The answer was pretty much always the same, and I would end up giving 2 or 3 officers a short 15 to 20 minute break so they could get some food or have a cigarette. One officer in particular stood out among the rest. Cribbs had been at Stragview for a long time. He was 15 years deep on a 25-year journey to retirement, and everybody knew that he was a writer of sorts. All the dorms had computers, especially after the modernizing initiative last year, so my job also became secretly checking on browser histories while I was giving out breaks. I know, makes me sound like a snitch, but some of these guys get up to some pretty heinous stuff. Most of it was just social media or the occasional illegal movie site, but some of these guys are looking up stuff on the work computer that I bet they'd never dream of looking up on something they paid money for. They rarely get fired for it, usually just written up, but Cribb's history was a little different than the rest. I gave him a break every night at 1 a.m., and he always said the same thing before lumbering out the back door of Echo Dorm. "Just gonna have a smoke. Be back in about 20 minutes. Then he was off, and I was stuck watching his sleeping charges for the next 20 minutes. I usually just found a book to read or waited until he got back, but after the captain had made me a snitch, I made a point of checking the browser history of the people who'd forgotten to log out of their computers. There was a bet that Cribbs was secretly into some weird stuff, but he only ever visited one website the whole time I did computer checks. He'd pull up Google Docs and go to the same Word document that he kept on there. That was fine, nothing against documents in the memo, and it wasn't very big anyway. I just figured he was typing up a story or something, and was content after that to crack open a paperback in the desk and lose myself in something interesting for 20 minutes. It went on like that for a couple of months, until I came to relieve him and got a look at what he was writing. I don't remember exactly what day it was, but must have been a weekend because some of the guys in the day room were still up when I came in to give a break. We'll let them watch TV till midnight on the weekends, and Cribs explained that they were finishing up a movie before heading to bed. That was fine with me. Guy could run his dorm how he wanted to, as long as no one was getting up to nonsense. And I started looking for something to read in the desk as I heard the back door close behind me. Cribs seemed to have turned in his loose books, however, because I couldn't find anything to read in the dorm. I was looking under the desk when I bashed my head on the underside of it accidentally, turning on the computer. Came up rubbing my noggin to find a document open and a story in the works. Some of you will say I was snooping, and that's fair, but I can assure you honestly that that was the first time, and it was an accident. I saw that he had a good little clip of a story written, and after scrolling to the start of the page, I started reading. I didn't have anything else to do after all, and hey, any port in a storm. She was fine stock, tall, dark, with a dancer's body and a doe's temperament. She may have seen him coming. She may not have, but he had been stalking her for months. He was watching her the night that she barely got her cab in time. He was watching the night she took a man home from the bar, a man who had unknowingly saved her life. He was patient, though, and he waited and watched for his opportunity. Unfortunately for her, he was watching on the night when she finally slipped up. She was walking home from work, the streets wet with an early rain. He had his hood up and his eyes on the prize. She may have seen him, she may have not, but when she increased her pace, so did he. Her heel broke at the corner of Marino and Dobb, and as her hand made a starfish against the bricks, the hunter moved up and made his play. His own hand fastened around the back of her neck as he shoved her unceremoniously into the alley. She was completely taken by surprise, falling into the trash-strewn darkness as she tried to get her wits about her. It was clear that this was something she was unused to, and that afternoon would be full of firsts for his prey. The look of terror on her face as she crawled away from him, that look of unsure horror, was the most sumptuous kind of supplication. It was the look a dog has when it doesn't know if the hand will hit or pet. It's the look of a wife who doesn't know if her husband will come home drunk and pass out or beat her to within an inch of her life. The hunter had no such quandaries, and as his knife slid free of its sheath, her only question seemed to find its answer. I heard the back door open and jumped guiltily. I scrolled down to the spot he had been at when I came in and quickly hit the key that would lock the screen. I managed to sit back as he came lumbering in, pretending I had been watching the movie that the inmates were finishing up, and he thanked me for the break. I went back to giving out breaks, but the story never really left my mind. It was pretty good, better than pretty good even. I found myself wondering if the woman would escape or not. Clearly, Cribs was writing a crime novel in his downtime, and I found myself wanting more. I got my chance the next night. It was Sunday, and I knew that if I wanted to read more, it would need to be tonight. We were off for the next 2 days, and I wouldn't have another chance until Wednesday. The story had tickled at me for the remainder of that night, and had continued for the rest of the day. I had to know what happened, and as I started relieving people, I decided to do Cribs last. Better to not be hampered by other people's breaks, after all. And as he thanked me and went to get a smoke, I uttered words I had never said before. "Take your time." I moved the mouse the second the door closed and groaned when I realized that he'd locked the screen today. "Well, shit," I said, thinking about possible passwords. About 5 minutes later, and 2 wrong passwords, I put my head down and sighed. I guess I'd never get any closure. That was when I saw the little notebook sitting on the desk beside the keyboard. I flipped through it a little, hoping against hope that Cribs was one of those COs who wrote down his passwords, and was rewarded by a short line of characters, followed by what I assumed was his birthday. Hunter 0223. I clicked it in, hoping it was up to date so I didn't lock him out, and was rewarded as the screen came on. He had written a bit more, but I found the place I was looking for and picked up where I'd left off. It was time to see if his prey got away or not. The hunter lunged, grinning as she staggered away with a high scream. No one would hear her, not with the late afternoon thunder rumbling in the distance. He would be free to get his work done. He stalked her until she collided with the big green dumpster at the end of the alley, and then his knife went about its business. The green cardigan she was wearing dappled red as the knife cut it, and she gasped like a seam letting loose. Her scream was wet as she tried to fight him off, but as the blade slid up, she was sliced from navel to breasts. She began to buck a little, her body going through its death throes as her blood spilled out. Her chest gaped when he finished his cut, and as her head dropped, the hunter began to slice her delicate skin. Her throat, her arms, her face, they were all sacrificed before his studied hand. They would call him a butcher and a monster in the paper, but his skill had come from years of butchering animals and the occasional visitor to his remote farm. When he had finished, he slid the ring from her right hand and took it with him as a trophy, the hunter's calling card. I breathed out, a little off-put by the graphic display. I was no stranger to gore. In this line of work, you see a lot of blood and things you'd rather not. But this was something a little different. This was more like someone describing something they had witnessed, rather than being needlessly explicit. I was also wondering where the story was here. Was this some kind of mystery, a thriller? Surely it wasn't just a series of murders. Who would buy such a book? I heard the back door open and locked the screen again, making a mental note of the password. I would need it because that little taste had done nothing to dull my interest. After that, I fell into an easy rhythm of reading through the story a little at a time. If Cribbs ever noticed anything amiss, he never said anything about it. I remember wondering if he just really wanted someone to be as interested in his work as he was, and maybe he secretly liked having a fan. The more I read, though, the more I realized this was no normal story. It was like he was just writing out the murder scenes first, and maybe meant to add the cop chase later. Maybe those were the parts he liked the best or something. I didn't know, but every entry seemed to be the grisly description of a murder. There was no pattern to them, not really. They seemed to be set in the areas around Atlanta. One story had him killing a woman in Cummings as she waited for the bus. Another was a woman who was picked up while hitchhiking near Dahlonega, a waitress in Tiger, a woman in Buckhead, and several within the Atlanta area. The murders were all he wrote about, but God, at the murders. They were always carried out with grisly precision, the hunter stalking his prey before finally striking. Sometimes he hunted them for a night. Sometimes they seemed to go on for months, but it seemed he always got them in the end. I expected every night to find the addition of a detective or a police officer or something, but it was just the continued story of this gory hunter. Then came the night that Cribbs didn't show up for work. This wasn't that uncommon for COs. Sometimes they just decide they're going to take a night off, but we were understaffed as it was, and being down a man meant that I had to go to his dorm for the evening. Captain Tyler was apologetic, but there really wasn't much he could do about it. He couldn't justify having 2 officers on the yard when he had one dorm without an officer in it, so he sent me to fill the spot. Think of it as a little break. You can hang out for the night, and hopefully Cribbs will be back tomorrow. So I went to sit in E-dorm for the night, to the general displeasure of the inmates. I fielded about 1,000,000 stupid questions about everything and anything. No, they could not go between dorms to see their friends. No, they could not volunteer in the kitchen. Kitchen duty was reserved for B-dorm inmates anyway. No, they could not have toiletries before the approved day of distribution. No, they could not stay up late on a Thursday. You would have thought it was my first day on the job, the way they thought they could get one over on me. and when they finally settled in for the night, I started looking for things to do. I had a couple of books, but none of them were really what I wanted to read. I wasn't about to get caught going on sites I wasn't supposed to, not as the guy who usually checks for that kind of thing, and unless I wanted to play an endless game of solitaire, the computer was useless. Well, almost useless. I knew what I wanted to read, and I knew how to get it. I had Crib's password, and I had his login too. It's just your first name and last name with a period in between. I didn't think it would alert the system if I logged into his account. Heck, most of the officers shared login credentials, whether they were supposed to or not, and it never flagged them. If questioned about it, I could just say I'd gotten locked out and logged into his to finish my logs. So, I popped in his login info and went hunting. It appeared that while he was playing hooky, Cribs was also updating his little story. It almost felt like he was updating as I watched, and I scrolled to the top to see what he had written. The hunter's luck, it seemed, had run out. He had stalked too many in one area, and the hunter had finally become the hunted. Oh, but she had been worth the risk. She had once been the queen of stage, a beauty beyond compare, and from the moment he'd laid eyes on her, he knew that he must have her. She always moved in a pack, however, with admirers and hangers-on in plenty. He would need to separate her from her protectors, and that would require breaking his usual routine. He would need to hunt on a day that would normally be otherwise involved, and by nightfall, he was free and hunting his quarry. The place she had found was crowded, full of bodies just begging to be separated from life, but the hunter had his eyes on the prize. She moved like a glittering shadow, her every movement sending up dazzles of starlight. She was easy to track, and the hunter took his time as he waited for just the right moment. When she excused herself to go to the bathroom, he knew that the time was upon him. "Hey, guard!" I ignored him for a minute, hoping that he would get the hint, but as he said it again, I turned a withering look on the inmate who had interrupted me. Can I get some soap?" "Why would you need soap at," I checked my watch, 1 a.m.? "Come on, man, just give me some. I'd suggest you get back to your bed before I make it my problem." He put his hands up and retreated back to his bunk, clearly not wanting trouble. 1 a.m., I thought. When had it gotten so late? I turned back to the story and kept reading. She was unsteady, not as graceful as she had been, and it made her easy to gain the advantage on. The hunter stalked quietly into the bathroom, turning the lock before walking slowly towards her. She had left the stall door open, unafraid of being attacked within her sanctuary, and as she did her business, he drew his knife and made ready. Someone pushed the door, but they stopped after a pair of hard shoves. He saw her legs stiffen as she heard the door being pushed, and when she asked if someone was there, he stepped into the doorway of the stall. His shadow fell across her, and as drunk as she was, she still tried to fight him off. He pushed her back and slipped his knife into her throat. Hot blood splashed across him as he sliced at her, and as her twitching stopped, he felt himself fall fully into his revelry. He cut her to ribbons, her skin peeled up in curls. She was more red than pink when he finished, but as he slipped the ring off her finger, he heard a yell from behind him. Someone had opened the door. One of the girl's friends had found them. The hunter pushed past her, running from the scene, but in vain. He had been spotted. I shivered a little, not sure what this was. Was this how the story ended? Did the hunter get caught in the end? The next few paragraphs were about how he had run away. He had fled through the dark city, the nightlife moving all around him, but when he had heard the sirens, he had known they were after him. What had followed was a foot pursuit through downtown Atlanta, dodging police and trying to get away. This was no easy feat with blood all over him, but he finally made his way to an abandoned apartment complex. The hunter sat on the roof of the apartment, watching the lights below as they cast a colorful barrage from the street. They were looking for him, and he knew that when they found him, he would have to fight or surrender. He could hear them, checking the floors below, moving slowly so they didn't miss anything. They would be on him before dawn, and he wasn't sure what to do. The hunter had been pursued, and his hunt, it seemed, was at an end. I'd scrolled to the next page before it came up short. That was it? There was nothing else? I scrolled back up, but that was all there was. That was the whole story, but there had to be more. It was impossible. That couldn't be the end. I needed more. I needed closure. I needed... Boss. I ignored him, clicking out of the document to see if there were any more files. But there weren't. Boss. It wasn't possible. There couldn't... Boss, it's 4:30. Do you mind if we watch the news? Cribs, sure, knock yourself out. I don't care, I said curtly, and the inmate left quickly enough. I was still looking through the story, trying to find something I had missed when someone knocked again. What? I snarled, looking up, but the little group in the day room was pointing at the TV. They were in white shirts and sleep pants, coffee or breakfast food in their plastic dinnerware, and all of them were hooting and pointing at the screen. I was unimpressed, not sure what they were trying to show me, but when I saw the picture that flashed across the broadcast, I was speechless. My anger drained out of me. I didn't know what they were saying. The glass between myself and the day room was thick, but I would soon find out. The story I had been reading wasn't a story after all. It was a journal of sorts. A journal kept by a very sick man. Cribbs had been stalking these women on his off time and murdering them. The police had been scratching their heads for a while now, unsure of what to make of all this, but they had finally caught him red-handed. They had followed him to the apartment complex where they had taken him into custody after a little skirmish. They had him for the murder of 7 women in town, and it was pretty clear that they would get him for the rest of them, too. For my part, I turned the journal over to the police. I didn't know if it helped, but I can't imagine it hurt. I don't know what to make of this, but I'm a little more cautious about being nosy. You just never know what you might find when you go poking around where you aren't welcome. That was months ago, and as the trial wraps up, the word is that the warden has requested that Cribbs be sent here to serve his life sentence. I don't know how I feel about that, especially since I had to testify on the journal I had found, but I hope his murder story has come to an end at last. The admin building at Stragview is one of the biggest headaches when it comes to security checks. That probably sounds weird, so let me explain. Every night, someone has to complete a checklist of yard tasks. This would usually be completed by the yard sergeant, or the person under him. But Sergeant Javier and Officer Zaid are lazy and usually delegate this list to an unlucky officer. They used to let us do it in pairs, but staff shortages have facilitated that one person is responsible for the list every night, as it stands. The list isn't too difficult. It's mostly just basic security stuff. The first job is always to walk the perimeter and, check the fence line. Not too hard, but I never like doing it after dark, and usually try to get it done before the sun goes down when it's my turn. The woods are strange around Stragview, and they almost always feel like they're watching you as you go about your work. Anyway, it takes about 30 minutes to walk around the whole compound, and it's pretty simple. The second item on the list is to test the panic buttons. This requires you to take a big box of body alarms to different places and trigger them. This lets Control know where the blind spots are in their alarms, and allows for extensions and coverage. That usually takes about 30 minutes too, and then you move on to the third and least loved item, security doors. The old-timers call it night knocking, and there are 3 places that you have to go. The first is the education building, or the library. You check the classrooms, you check the library, and you generally knock on closed doors to make sure that no one is in them before checking the locks to make sure that everything is secured. Then you go to medical and you do the same thing in the dental area, the mental health park, and the patient exam rooms. The teachers and the medical staff are usually gone by 5, but there are sometimes people who stay and need to be accounted for, so they don't get locked in for the night and panic. The last stop is the admin building, and it's by far the worst part of the trip. It isn't because it's particularly large or anything. The admin building is a cube with 6 offices on each hallway. The warden used to have an office here too, but he works and lives in the tower now, so his office went to one of the assistant wardens. Anyway, the problem is that once you get going, you have to go in a very particular direction, or the building will change on you. First time I did it, I went with Sergeant Forrest, and he said I should always be careful to follow the rules when doing the checks in the admin building. People had gone missing in there. People had gone into that building and come out days or years later, still thinking it's the very same night they went in, and he didn't want anything like that to happen to me. So when you come in, go left, proceed down the hall and check the 3 doors. Then take your first right and check all the doors on that hallway. Then repeat until you come back to the door you came in through. If you make 4 rights and come back to find the door leading out is on the right side of the hall instead of the left, make the check again. If you ever come to that 4th right and find no door out, then turn around and retrace your steps. Once you come back and find the door back in the right position, turn around and do your check again. You got it? I remember expecting him to laugh and yell, "Gotcha," but he just stood there until I told him that I understood. Good. I know it seems weird, but trust me when I say that the alternative is worse. Stragview has been through its fair share of officers who've gone into the admin building and never come out again. I rolled my eyes, not really believing him, but I remembered how the woods around the prison had always made me feel when I put my back to them. I remembered the weird eyes I sometimes saw as I did the fence checks at night, groupings making me think that there was more than one creature looking at me. Then there were the other strange things that happened here. The people who go missing, the unexplained deaths, the other weirdness we deal with. And I thought that a corridor with rules was about the least weird thing here. That was, until I got trapped in there. I was blowing through the list on the night in question, trying to get back to my dorm as fast as I could. It was Sunday. And that meant I was going to have to do fence check, panic buttons, security doors, stun fence, and walk the interior fence, something we called the rabbit run. The rabbit run would take nearly an hour, made all the harder since I had to drag the rake behind me to cover my tracks. You had to key all the sensors out there before you could be done, and I'd probably get done around 1 at the rate I was going. After that, I could go back to my dorm, kick my feet up, and have a nice nap before chow time. I know how that sounds, but I hadn't slept well that day, and one of the perks of night shift is that they don't usually care if they catch you napping, as long as your work is done. I was drowsing through the list, walking on autopilot, when I came to the admin building and let myself in through the front entrance. I stood at the crossroads for a moment, my brain trying to remember what I was supposed to do, and when it fixed on the phrase, "take your first right," I turned right and started checking doors. The security lights were the only light I had to guide me, and as I went, I felt my eyes trying to close on me. I turned left and headed around the bend, checking doors and trying not to bump into anything. I'd already decided that I would stop by the canteen for a cup of coffee before doing the rabbit run, when I turned the corner and stopped. There was no outdoor in the middle of the corridor. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts, and remembered what Forrest had said about this. Did I keep going? What was the... Then it came to me. I had to turn around and go back the way I had come. I would go back and take the 4 turns, and the door would be back. I yawned as I retraced my steps, thinking I might have to splurge on one of those espresso drinks I usually avoided. And when I took the 4th corner and turned a second time, I felt a little chill slip up my spine. Not only was there no exit door, but there were only 5 office doors now. The office of the chaplain, the frosted glass reading Chaplain Keller, was nothing but an empty wall now. What was more, the remaining 5 doors looked odd, though I couldn't have told you why. They all had frosted glass windows with various names on them, but now they all seemed a little dull. They felt, to me at least, like the doors in video games that you just know won't open. They felt flat, background, and I already knew that they wouldn't go anywhere if they had opened. They would be locked anyway. I knew that already since I'd checked them. So I had no choice but to go on. I tried retracing my steps again, hoping it would fix itself, but as I walked the familiar dark corridors, I started to notice other changes as well. Many of the doors were now missing letters. The safety lights seemed not dimmer, but less. The yellow stood out less, the light was less distinct, and I was worried that eventually I'd be left in darkness. My tiredness was gone now, my drowsy yawns a thing of the past. My adrenaline was hammering in my veins, and I was taking the corners at a breakneck speed. I came back to find only 4 doors left, and they now looked more like decals that someone had stuck on the wall. I turned and ran. Flying up the corridors, I tried to find my way out. I wasn't even thinking at this point, operating purely on fear, and my eyes cast fitfully around as I searched for an exit. There were dim lights behind the doors as well, the lights of computer monitors left on at night, lights glittering in corners, but the shadows cast by them were far from inviting. I could see things behind the glass, things with snaky arms and undulating shadows, things with sharp teeth and bulbous heads, things that I prayed would not notice me as I ran. I counted the corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, and when I came around the 4th and back to my starting point, I wished the doors had stayed depthless. They were open now. All 6 doors had returned, and they were open. What was spilling out was nothing less than living shadows, and as it oozed and smoked across the corridor, I was already backing away. When it touched the safety lights, they went out with a soft little pop sound and left the corridor in deeper darkness than before. They undulated in the deepening night, their paths taking them right for me, and I ran as more doors began to open. I was running flat out, taking corners wildly, and the further I ran, the worse it got. The hallways turned into glass and metal corridors that separated the honeycomb of cells and the closed management dorms, and the faces pressed against the glass were far from welcoming. I tried not to look any more than I had to, but their ugly faces pressed against the thick glass with such force that I was afraid they might come spilling from the cracks that were forming in it. These corridors morphed into underground catacombs with heavy cell doors bearing the glittering eyes of long isolated prisoners, switching to the tilted shadows of kitchen alcoves and the musty stacks of the library. No matter where I went, those shadows seemed to dog my heels, and it felt as if I was running in an MC Usher painting on more than one occasion. I couldn't tell you how long I ran. At some point, my flashlight fell off my belt, and I didn't dare stop to get it. When I skidded on a wet patch as I ran across the seemingly endless tiled shower room, I discovered later that I'd lost my radio. My feet throbbed and my legs ached, but my body kept forcing me forward like a machine in a lunatic factory. Every corner took me somewhere new, every turn a different landscape, every mile a horrific nightmare theater that I prayed would end in release or death. After days or weeks or even years of flight, I came back to a familiar corridor and saw a single door opening in that hallway. The light inside was warm and inviting, and I barreled towards it like a drowning man sighting land. I bumped into someone as I sprinted out, and we went rolling in the grass like a couple of drunks outside a dive bar. We came to rest on the grass, and I put my hands over my face as the thing I had bumped loomed over me. You okay? I didn't see you there. Oh, shit! Get the captain, it's him! The people started gathering around me, and as my eyes adjusted to the light, I squinted up and saw people I recognized. They weren't from my shift, but I knew some of them from training or from firearm classes. They were trying to help me up, but my legs were done in. Someone called medical, I guess because the lady in the scrubs with the stretcher beat the captain there by nearly 10 minutes. I was in medical, receiving fluids for my apparent dehydration when he arrived, looking mystified. Dear God, I thought they were kidding. You gave us quite a scare, especially when we saw the recording of where you'd gone. I'd been missing for 3 days. I walked into admin Sunday night at 9:48 and stumbled back out again at 1:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday. They'd searched the grounds, thinking I might have gotten hurt while doing checks, but once the security footage had been discovered, there was very little hope that I'd ever be found again. They can fire me if they want, but I don't think they will. Most of the old-timers understand what I went through, even if they've never experienced it themselves. I've gotten a lot of calls from people wishing me well and hoping for my speedy recovery so I can get back to shift. I'll have to go back to work, of that I'm certain, but I'll never step foot in that corridor again. I got lucky once. I'm not willing to gamble on it a second time. I'll never forget Davis and what he ultimately taught me about myself. I haven't always been a great person, and it's probably what brought me to Stragview in the first place. I could say my parents never taught me right from wrong, but that's a cop-out. I could say I fell in with a bad crowd, but a lot of the guys I brought down with me were just following my example. At the end of the day, I was just looking for a way to put myself in a box, and I finally found it. I was 23 and particularly wild. I'd already done one stint in prison, just 18 months, but it introduced me to the kind of guys who could give me an education that would give me more time in that particular school of learning. I was still hanging with them when I got out, running some drugs, stealing some cars, and generally being a nuisance. I got a little overzealous with one of my usual buyers, a black fella that I didn't know very well, and beat him nearly to death. The judge wanted to make it out like it was a racial thing, but in reality, he had just said the right thing at the wrong time. He had been insinuating that if I had a sister, I should introduce him without taking into account the lightning bolts on the back of my hands, or the gang tattoos up and down my arms. He may not have seen them, but the judge took one look at them and decided that 10 years for assault sounded just about right. I knew that with good behavior, I'd be out in 8 years, so I settled into E-dorm for what I hoped would be the quickest near-decade of my life. Davis had the bunk next to mine. He smiled at me when I put my mat down, offered me a cookie out of a pack that he'd been munching on. One look at the guy told me he probably wasn't all there. I'd known guys like him on the street, the kind of guy who maybe isn't playing with a full deck, and I thanked him as I took one of the oatmeal cream cookies from the little plastic tray. He was nice enough, a rarity in prison. Pretty soon we were eating meals together, working out in the yard together, and just generally palling around. Mentally, he was probably about 12, but I'd never really grown up past 12 myself, so we had a lot to talk about. Davis liked cars, comic books, and candy, and I liked a lot of those things too. So for several months, we just kind of hung out, and he became my first real friend on the inside. I didn't notice right away, but there was something odd about Davis. Davis disappeared sometimes. It was never anything you could set your watch or warrant by, but sometimes I would wake up at night and Davis would just be gone. I noticed first at the end of my 7th day. I'd woken up in the middle of the night, really needing the toilet, and I got up and dropped off the bladder buster I was nursing. I had gotten up, gone to the bathroom, and come all the way back to my bunk before I realized that Davis wasn't there. His bunk was empty, and the blankets were rocked up like there might be somebody in them. He'd gotten up in a hurry, it seemed, which was weird for Davis because he habitually made his bed any time he wasn't going to be in it. When I say habitually, I mean almost religiously so. If Davis got up for anything other than to open his footlocker, his bed was always made. So to see it like this now made me wonder. I lay in my rack, shamming sleep as the guard walked by, and waiting for Davis to return from wherever he was. I didn't think anything of it. Nobody went anywhere inside Stragview without somebody with a badge knowing where you were. He'd probably gone to the bathroom. Prison food tends to agree with people about as well as prison does, and I had probably just missed him at the toilet. He could also be helping the guards fold laundry in the little room off the station. I think most of the screws considered him harmless, even though he had smothered his younger brother to death with a pillow about 10 years ago. They knew there wasn't a lot of harm in Davis, so they let him help with things they didn't necessarily want to do. Worst case scenario, he'd been taken to medical for some reason and would probably be back before breakfast. As I lay there waiting for him to come back, I must have been a little tireder than I thought. Before I knew it, I was being shaken awake by the man in question as he told me it was time to get ready for chow. I got dressed and went to line up with him. Shuffling around, it made me remember why I'd been sitting up in the first place. "Hey, did you go somewhere last night?" "Who, me?" Davis asked. He said it with his usual dopey candor, but I didn't think I believed him. "Nah, the other 5'6" asshole who sleeps in the next bed over. Yeah, you." "I didn't go anywhere last night. Slept like a baby. You must be dreaming, Rudy." Rudy was what he called me for some reason, and it was common knowledge that he was the only one who was allowed to call me that. I didn't press it, but the way he said it made me not really believe his story. Davis had never lied to me before. I wasn't sure he was capable of it, but I felt pretty certain that he had just told me a whopper. I didn't know why at the time, but I figured I'd let him keep his secret. Davis didn't strike me as the kind of guy to find romance behind bars, but he'd been here for a decade, so I suppose that anything was possible. If he had stepped off to have himself a little night nudge, then that was no business of mine. I wasn't one of those gang-affiliated guys who would push your face in just because you get your fun on the wrong side of the sheets, and I assumed that when Davis felt comfortable, he'd tell me about it. I kept a close eye on him after that, though, and began to notice that Davis disappeared more than I had noticed. I had GED classes on Tuesday and Thursday, but when one of them had gotten out early, I came back to find that Davis was nowhere to be found. I worked in laundry sometimes, but when the big old industrial dryer broke and they sent us back early one day, I again noticed that Davis was nowhere to be found. When I asked around, no one seemed to know where he was either. Davis was kind of a big guy, soft-bodied and bald-headed, kind of looked like Uncle Fester on a good mood, and the idea that he could hide in plain sight in a dorm of less than 100 people was outrageous. It wasn't just during the daytime either. Sometimes I'd wake up at night and find Davis wasn't in his bunk. Again, I thought he might have a little boyfriend or something, but one time after checking the dorm, I realized he wasn't anywhere. Davis, it seemed, was just kind of gone, and I had no clue where he'd gotten off to. After 3 months of living in the dorm, I decided I needed to find answers. One night, as I lay pretending to sleep after lights out, I heard Davis slip quietly out of bed and open his footlocker. He rifled through the things inside and must have found what he was after pretty quick. He closed it back, and I could almost hear him crouch down a little as he started making his way towards the far end of the dorm. I gave him a little head start, no more than about 5 seconds, and rolled quietly out of my bunk. I looked over at the officer station, seeing only one of them up there and fully immersed in a book at that, and I went in the direction that I'd heard Davis going. The room was a mass of snoring forms and sleeping bodies, but I felt sure that Davis was heading for the area towards the back. There were a pair of bunk beds back there, a pair of bunk beds that had become rusted out and were no longer used. The guards kept talking about having them removed, but they had those big old concrete screws in them that were damn near impossible to get out once you put them in. It was where people sometimes went to smoke or gamble or settle fights because it was easy to wall off with blankets or a couple of guys standing close together. I thought I saw him back there for a second, but as I got close, I realized it was just a blanket that someone had put up to cover the entrance of the bunk. I pulled it aside, expecting to see him in the embrace of a lover or something, but there was no one there. The whole bunk was completely empty. Not a trace of anyone. Somebody whispered at me angrily, telling me to get back to my rack after lights out, and I went back willingly enough. I must have been mistaken about where he was going. I did, however, decide that I was going to wait up for him and have him tell me what was going on. A man was entitled to a secret or two, but this mystery was just too juicy not to get the answer to. I lay there under my blankets, wide awake and pretending to sleep any time a guard walked his path. I was not going to fall asleep this time and ruin my chances of figuring out where my buddy was going. Worst case scenario, I thought, I'd find out he was holding someone's pocket, as the others like to joke. It could be quite a bit worse than that, I further supposed, but Davis wasn't the type to gamble or indulge in any of the more dangerous drugs that floated around the prison. He was a good Christian who didn't believe in gambling, and it often got him into fights when he said as much to the people who did. He didn't believe in drugs either, but that's because his mother had been so down on them. So, if it wasn't some sort of debauchery, then I wasn't sure what Davis had gotten up to. At about 4:30 in the morning, I got my answer. He came skulking back to his bunk, a little out of breath, but looking happy. He had no more opened his locker than I rolled over and sat up, keeping my voice low so that I didn't wake anybody else up. I was worried it would all be for nothing when he nearly screamed, but he gave me a look before wiping his brow and sighing like a cartoon character. "Oh, it's just you, Rudy. I swear you like to give me a heart attack." "You're one to talk," I whispered. "I wake up and roll over and my bunkmate is nowhere to be seen. Where'd you get off to, Davis? Got yourself a little boyfriend or something?" Davis laughed as he climbed back into bed, but he looked unsure as well. He looked like a kid who's gotten caught sneaking cookies from the jar, and now he's got an answer for it. He tried to push it off, telling me he was in the bathroom or that it was nothing to worry about. But I pressed him on it. I was really curious to know what was going on with my buddy, and I told him I wasn't going to leave it alone until I got an answer. We must have gotten a little louder than I thought we had, because one of the guards walked by and told us to be quiet during lights out. As we settled back down, Davis whispered that he would tell me tomorrow. "Meet me at the picnic table when we go to rec. I'll tell you everything, though you might not believe me." He wouldn't say anything till then, no matter how much I pleaded with him. We had breakfast, watched some TV in the day room, and all the while, he refused to say anything about it. The whole time, his response was always that we would discuss it later in a less public place. I was a little concerned about what he had to tell me, especially with all the privacy he was talking about. And when the guards called for rec, the 20 or so other guys lined up with us, and Davis looked like he was preparing to be led into the gas chamber. He kept his hands in his pockets as we walked, and when we finally got to the rec yard, he nodded to the farthest away set of tables and told me to go have a seat. "Okay, what I'm about to show you is a complete secret. You can't tell anybody, okay? Like, not a soul. It could get me in a lot of trouble, and I don't want to be in trouble." I nodded, telling him that I wouldn't tell anyone. He looked around, holding his hands out to reveal a piece of white chalk. I bunched up my eyebrows. Chalk? I've seen chalk before, Davis. Not like this, you hadn't, Davis insisted. This is magic chalk. I must have looked dubious, so Davis pushed on. I found it in the laundry room, the one they let me fold clothes in sometimes, and when I used it on the sidewalk, I was in for a shock. I drew a circle, and suddenly I could see into something a little different than the concrete. When I was little, I had a book with a picture of a little boy looking through a window of a ship. The round windows, I mean. It was like that. I was looking into a world made of cotton candy, with little cotton candy people running around. I thought I might be losing it, but when they turned and looked at me, I knew it wasn't so. I smudged it when someone walked by, and since then I've been using it to travel places. Travel places? I said, suddenly very interested. I'd been in Stragview less than a year, but the idea of traveling to anywhere that wasn't here was very appealing nonetheless. Yeah, Davis said, like make-believe places, fantasy worlds, cartoon places, weird spots that are kind of scary sometimes. Other places maybe I haven't been to yet. I don't usually go back to the same place twice, but sometimes it's nice to just be somewhere, except in prison. I'll never get to leave, the judge saw to that, but I can see the make-believe places, and that's okay, I guess. I wasn't sure I believed him. The guy was a little off, and definitely not playing with a full deck, and he must have seen that on my face. I'll prove it to you, he said, and took me by the arm and led me behind the equipment shed. The equipment shed was behind the rec yard office, and it was a nice shadowy alcove that we probably weren't supposed to be in. Davis took the chalk and drew a circle on the back wall of the office, and as I watched it take shape, I could already see something going on inside. There was an idyllic farm scene, something from an old Mickey Mouse cartoon, and the little Technicolor animals were jumping around and singing and generally being adorable. They looked up as we looked in, and a couple of them waved at us as they came by. I blinked and leaned in, not understanding if this was a trick or something. If it was a trick, it was a good one, and I couldn't find any way that he could be doing this with just a piece of chalk. Can we... I wet my lips as if afraid to ask. Can we go there? We can, Davis said, but not right now. Time works the same way there as it does here, and if we go there and we aren't back for count, then we'll get in trouble and come back to find ourselves in a real world of crap. He took his sleeve and scuffed the picture so that no one would see it, and as the yard sergeant bellowed for us to line up, I had about 1,000,000 questions I wanted to ask. So why would you bother coming back here if you could go there? Davis smiled, apparently glad to have someone to share the secret with. Where would I go? This is my punishment, but I don't think anyone would mind if I took a break every now and again. I laughed, maybe a little condescendingly. But Davis, you don't have to stay here if you can get out with that piece of chalk. You can be free to go wherever you want. Davis looked a little unsure, and maybe even a little guilty. Just 'cause I can get away doesn't mean that I should. I did a bad thing, Rudy. I did something that I can never take back, and if I expect Jesus to forgive me, then I need to do my time and take my punishment. I think he knows that. I think that's why he gave me the chalk. He knows I'm real sorry for what I've done, and decided to give me a little vacation every now and again. The rest of the day was spent asking him about the places he'd been and the things he'd seen. It seemed like the chalk could take him anywhere, and I mean anywhere. Davis said he had been to fantastic fantasy world, sci-fi space planets, weird cartoon worlds, and everything in between. He'd done some pretty amazing things and gone on some pretty incredible adventures, but he was always careful not to stay for too long so that he wouldn't be missed. If he was missed, then they might search his bunk. If they searched his bunk, then they'd find the chalk, and that would be the end of that. I try not to use it very often anyway, otherwise I'd use it up, and once it's gone, I don't know if I'll ever find it anymore. It was almost time for lights out when I plucked up my courage and asked him the question I'd really been thinking about. If you can go through that circle to other places, then can other people go too? Davis shrugged. He had clearly never tried. Would you mind if I went with you next time? Davis thought about it and finally agreed. He said, however, that there were rules that I would have to follow if I wanted to go with him. When I say it's time to go, then it's time to go. If we get back late, we'll get in trouble. Then the jig's up. Be careful with what you do, 'cause the things in these other worlds can hurt you, and you can hurt them. Don't bring anything back with you, 'cause it might get you in trouble if they find it. Lastly, don't try staying there after I leave, 'cause that could be real bad. I don't know if I could find you again if you got lost, and I'm not sure you wouldn't just stop existing after I left. I agreed, not really knowing what I was agreeing to when I did, and that night we decided to give it a try. After lights out, we snuck out of our racks and went to the abandoned spot towards the back of the dorm. Davis took out his chalk, and as I played lookout, he drew a circle and told me to come on. As we stepped inside, I became aware that not only could I pass inside that thing, but that he had been right about it being real. We stepped into a Technicolor cartoon world full of dancing animals and singing flowers. The whole thing looked like a drug trip, and as I looked on in astonishment, he took me by the arm and pulled me in. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen, and we spent the next 3 hours just kind of exploring. We were always careful to stay where we could see the portal, not sure if drawing a different one would bring us out somewhere else. We ate some of the fruit we found there, and talked to some of the animals, played some games, and generally had fun. When Davis said it was time to go, I started to argue with him, but remembered the rules and bid farewell to my new friends. We came back in just as the lights were coming on, and that was how we ended our first trip together. After that, we traveled about once or twice a month. I wanted to go more, but Davis said that the chalk needed to be saved for special occasions. If we used it too much, we would run out. If we used it too often, the guards might start to notice when we were gone, and then they would take the chalk once they found it. He suspected that some of them might know what it could do, and if they discovered that he had it, he could be in a lot of trouble. Either way, he told me he could only use it twice a month, and that was that. In most things, David was very placid, downright mousy, but in the matter of the chalk, he was very serious. He seemed to understand that he had something special here, and he didn't want to lose it until he absolutely had to. It makes me feel downright bad to think about it now, given how it would all end. It still mystifies me that Davis would choose to stay in prison when he had a means of escape. I knew personally that if I had some kind of way to get out, I'd never come back. We were sitting in one of those weird fantasy worlds, eating apples about the size of your head, when I brought it up to him and asked him very leading questions that I was hoping would make him want to stay in a place like this. Davis was a good friend, maybe one of the best friends I'd ever had, all told, but every time we traveled, it was a little harder for me to want to come back. I had what my grandpa would have called the itch, and the desire to scratch it was nearly insatiable. "I still don't understand why you don't just leave," I asked him. Davis swallowed his bite of apple and looked at me funny. "'Cause the judge told me I had a life sentence for killing my brother. I can't leave. Wouldn't be right." Yeah, but I don't think magic chalk figured into his equation when he was passing down that sentence, buddy. You don't have to stay in prison. You've been handed a golden opportunity. I just don't see why you don't take it. I would. Davis got a funny look on his face. He took another bite and chewed before he answered. Maybe that's the difference between you and me, Rudy. I acted in haste and regretted it ever since. I can't say I was young and didn't know any better. I was 17. I knew very well what would happen if I put that pillow over his face. I could blame my mental disability. The lawyer sure wanted to, but that's just a cop-out. My parents had taught me right and wrong, and God knew I'd been to church enough to know what murder was and that it was wrong. I simply couldn't stand playing second fiddle to that squalling little baby anymore, and now I have to pay for that. It's unlikely I'll ever see the kingdom of heaven, but my only chance is to try and atone for what I've done, and hope the good Lord has forgived me when it's my time. We talked about it a little more, but it all came back to the fact that Davis wasn't going to escape with his conscience uncleared. When I asked him why I couldn't escape, he seemed even more afraid. If you stayed here and something happened to you, then God'd be even angrier at me. What if I left you and something killed you? What if I left you and everything just went away? I can't risk that, and I like you a lot, Rudy. I don't want anything to happen to you on general principle. You're a good friend, and the only one I've ever felt comfortable sharing this with. I should have left it alone after that, but I didn't. We argued about it for a little while longer, our debate becoming a full-fledged shouting match. It ended when Davis grabbed me by the arm and said we were leaving. I tried to pull away from him, but the kid was stronger than I thought. He drugged me with an iron grip, and when he shoved me through the multicolored portal, I stumbled back into the quad, ready to jump back through. He was already wiping it away with a blanket, though, putting the chalk in his pocket and glowering at me. I don't want to hear about it anymore, he said quietly, as people began to stir around us. You agreed to follow the rules, and if you can't, then you aren't going anywhere anymore. I watched him stomp back to his bunk, realizing that my traveling days might be over. Unfortunately for Davis, the itch refused to go unscratched. Davis didn't ask me to travel after that. To his credit, he didn't travel after that either. He just sat there solidly, shooting me dark looks for the next couple of weeks, as if all this was my fault. I'd only suggested that maybe we not come back to a place full of people who might actively try to kill us. What a bastard I was. It didn't stop me from asking about it, and that seemed to sour his mood even more. Whenever I would make little hints about it, maybe we should travel, or maybe we should go somewhere, he would always change the subject, or just pretend he hadn't heard me. He wasn't mad enough to stop being my friend, though. Davis didn't really have any friends, besides me, but he refused to share that part with me anymore, and it led me to get a little desperate. While I was asking him if we could travel, there was a monster inside of me that was roaring to be let out. I'd used drugs and alcohol for most of my life, but this was an addiction that was worse than any of the rest. I found myself unable to eat more than a little, unable to sleep more than a little, and constantly anxious whenever I was still. Davis refused to budge, however, even in the sight of my anxiety, and that's when I started formulating my plan. I think Davis suspected that I meant to steal the chalk, and to his credit, he was right. If I could get the chalk, I could travel myself. I wouldn't need Davis as long as I had the chalk, and I could just go and never come back. Hell, I'd gladly drop the chalk off and just take whatever was in the circle when I made it. He started taking the chalk with him in the front pocket of his uniform. It was never out of his sight, and I decided to formulate a little plan on how I would get it from him. Any thoughts of taking it by violence was right out, especially after he had so easily dragged me back to the prison. Thought about getting some help, but who would believe me? Stragview was a strange and wondrous place sometimes, but nobody would believe that a half-wit like Davis had a magic chalk that could get you to somewhere fantastical with just a circle. No, if I did this, I'd have to do it on my own, and I'd finally figured out how. I knew a man in the dorm who would sell you pills at a high price. I didn't have anyone to give me commissary. Most of my people on the outside wouldn't even return my letters, but I'd done enough odd jobs for people and done well enough at gambling enough times to get myself a little stash of tradables. When I told him what I wanted, he lifted an eyebrow at me and asked what I meant to do with it. When I told him I just wanted to be able to sleep because I hadn't been sleeping well lately, he nodded and sold me 4 small round pills that I really hoped were as advertised. I didn't even ask what they were called, only wanted them for what they could do. I crushed up all 4 of them and put them in a can of lemonade. Davis loved lemonade, especially the Minute Maid stuff they sold at the commissary. I knew he would take it. I knew he would drink it, and once he was out, I could take the chalk and be gone before he woke up. He was sitting on his bunk when I approached him, his eyes going to the lemonade before looking at me distrustfully. Just a little peace offering, I told him, holding up a matching can that I'd gotten for myself. I know I've been a real horse's ass lately, and just want to apologize and hopefully make friends again. He brightened up a little, smiling as he reached for the can. I'm glad you finally decided to forgive me, he said happily. I didn't want to cut you off, but you were trying to break the rules, and the rules are important. He smiled brilliantly as he took that first sip, and I felt like a heel as I smiled back at him. I felt worse with every sip to come, but that little junkie voice in the back of my mind kept gibbering that soon it would be our turn to travel, and we couldn't wait. When he coughed the first time, I didn't think anything of it. He drunk the lemonade a little too quickly and had gone down the wrong pipe. He took another sip to clear it out, but clutched at his throat as he tried to clear it. Must be an old batch. Feels like there's pulp in it. But he didn't say anything after that. He never said anything again, in fact, as his throat closed and he started to choke. The drink spilled from his hand as he fell back on his bunk. I went to him, his eyes asking me why this was happening. He was scared, his breath whistling out through a pinhole in his closing windpipe. I would later discover that he was allergic to the drugs I had given him. Deathly, so it would appear, but I hadn't known that. I just wanted him to go to sleep, wanted him to pass out so I could rob him, I thought. No need to sugarcoat it. I had intended to steal from him, but I hadn't wanted this. The guards were coming in, telling us to back up, and as I slipped my hand into his breast pocket and took out the chalk, his eyes told me he knew my crime. With his dying breath, he knew I had done this, and now he knew why. He would be dead within a few minutes, CPR and epi shots or not, and as the guards worked on him, I took my chance. I snuck to the back of the dorm like a thief in the night and pulled the blanket up as I put the chalk to the wall. It slid over the surface, and I expected to see the glow, but as the circle was completed, I was staring at nothing but a blank wall. I erased it and drew it again. Nothing. A third circle, but still nothing. I yelled and slammed the chalk against the wall, the instrument disintegrating like a magic trick. They never heard me from behind the blanket, and as I lay on the bare metal and felt the tears coming, I knew what I had done. I'm sitting in confinement now, waiting for their investigation to prove that I killed Davis. I turned myself in because Davis was right. When you do something wrong, especially something that God might not be able to forgive you for, you gotta take responsibility. I realize now, looking at the chalk dust all over my hands, that there was never anything special about it. The chalk was just that, and probably something old and left behind by another forgotten tenant of Stragview. I had been so focused on the object that I had never assumed that the real treasure was the man holding it. The power had been in Davis all along, and I'd killed one of God's miracles for nothing but selfish want. I imagine I'll be here a lot longer than a decade now. I deserve to be here longer than that for what I did to the only real friend I've ever had. Dude, that's so nasty. Peterson, Waldo to his friends, let the ant crawl across his tongue for a few seconds as the rest of us watched. When he swallowed it down, he ran his tongue out again to show us that it was gone, grinning as we made noises of repulsion. I've been a resident of Stragview Prison for the last 3 years, and I'll continue to be a resident for another year and a half at the least. A couple caught me in their house one night, and after shoving past the guy to get out, I guess he hit his head on the way down. I got 8 years for assault and burglary, and on my first day, I met Waldo. They call him Waldo because of the thick glasses and the striped hat he always wears. I couldn't tell you where he got it. I've never seen anything like it at the commissary, at least. Most people believe he made it himself, and I'm prone to agree. He used to work in laundry, emphasis on used to, and I've certainly seen weirder clothing items come out of that place. No one took it from him, not even the admins, and the name Waldo seems to have stuck. Waldo was known for 2 things on the compound: his hat and eating unusual things. Waldo was in prison for assault, but his talent was his cast iron stomach. When he introduced himself to me, he was eating something out of a Tupperware and smiling hugely. I shook his hand and told him my name, only then to realize that the bowl was crawling with crickets. He was eating them by the handful, scarfing them down with loud crunches, and he laughed as he noticed me noticing the bugs. Grounds crew's been catching them for me for a week now. Gave me $20 of canteen to eat the whole bowl, and that's just more food for Waldo. Waldo was an exhibitionist, pure and simple. People paid him money to eat things, usually bugs or old food, and Waldo ate them down without complaint. Moldy bananas? No problem. Cockroaches? By the fistful. Waldo would eat anything, and it didn't always have to be edible things either. He would eat batteries, a pack of double A's at a time, and he would eat sand right off the rec yard. Nothing seemed to make him sick or slow him down. We all just watched in awe as he ate anything that would stand still long enough. That was until he found the ants. "What do you reckon they are?" I asked. The hill had cropped up seemingly overnight, a giant mound of red clay and fine sand, and it looked like nothing so much as a termite hill in a National Geographic magazine. Faust reached out with his stump, then growled as he traded it for the hand with some fingers on it. He was still getting used to only having one hand, even after several months. I grabbed his wrist before he could touch it, and he looked at me with a mixture of confusion and agitation. Can't have you losing the other one, Faust," I said, trying to postpone his rage. Faust was a cool dude, but he was quick to anger. "Yeah, well, they don't look like they eat much." In that, he was wrong. The ants were just as strange as the hill they inhabited. Each of the crawling things was the size of my thumb, veins of purple worming through their deep red exoskeleton. They had pincers on their heads, long wiggling antennae, and 12 scuttling legs that took them quickly across the hill. They were carrying all sorts of things, food, other insects, and I found myself wondering if they could be a threat. How much would those pincers hurt if they got a hold of you? "What you looking at?" I jumped as Waldo came up behind us, Faust and I looking around like we'd been caught doing something wrong. His eyes got big as he saw what lay behind us, and he made an impressed sound as he looked at the hill with the roaming insects. He had clearly never seen anything like them before, and they thrilled him as only something unknown can. As Faust watched him, I could see an idea beginning to form, and I was not fond of the look. "How much?" Faust asked suddenly. "How much for what?" Waldo asked, looking back at him confused. "How much to eat one?" Waldo looked back at the ants, thinking it over, before settling on a price. $20 a canteen, and I'll eat it right now." Faust groaned. "Man, 20 bones? That's pricey." Waldo had caught one of the ants between his fat fingers, and he was lifting it up for a better look. The ant wriggled furiously, trying to escape as it clacked those monstrous jaws. Waldo was being careful not to put his finger too close to the pincers, but the way the ant was thrashing, it would get him eventually. "Going once," Waldo said. "What about 10? I can do 10, Faust hedged. "Nope, gotta be 20, Waldo said, moving his hand back towards the hill. "Going twice." I'll put up 10, I said, not really sure why I had said it. That seemed to be what he was waiting to hear, and he threw the ant into his mouth and bit down with a loud crunch. Sold. He chewed the ant, his face becoming almost rapturous the longer he chewed it. He looked like someone eating a sweet for the first time, someone taking a bite of a favorite meal, and he turned back to look at the hill with real desire. I could swear there was drool sliding out of the corners of his mouth as he watched them scuttle around, his hands shaking a little as he reached towards the hill. "Whoa, man," Faust said. "You win, you ate one. Don't get crazy." Waldo either didn't hear him or didn't care. He was suddenly picking up ants like they were berries on a bush. He was popping them into his mouth, one after another, snapping them off the hill as quick as he could with his deft hands. A thick orange juice was running down his chin, the crunching sounding like poppers, the ones we sometimes threw as kids on 4th of July. And when I stepped up beside him, he turned and glowered at me like a dog with a bone. "Waldo, you got him, man. No need to," but he smacked my hand away when I tried to touch his shoulder. He bent over the anthill and started gobbling them down. He pushed them into his mouth by the handful, his throat bulging as they slid greedily into him. Soon he was pulling handfuls of dirt off the mound, the dirt streaking down his face like a kid eating chocolate pudding. When he pushed the mound over, the mud and dirt structure fell easily. I saw the ants come swarming out. They moved over his arms, mixing easily with the coarse hair that lay there. If they bit him, I never saw him wince, and I could only imagine that his throat was being nipped as he swallowed them. "What in the hell is going on over here?" came a voice from behind us. Faust and I turned to see Officer Grange and his big hairy fingers in the loops of his duty belt, the leather creaking as his gut pushed against it. Grange was a big guy, almost 6.5 feet, and his belly grew a little bigger every year he remained in DOC. He was what the inmates called a beater, a guard who would lay hands on you even if you didn't have to, but his face was more curious than angry today. He wasn't sure what he was looking at, and the sight made him more concerned than angry. Waldo hadn't even noticed him. His eyes goggled, the orbs swimming with tears as he found what he was looking for. The queen ant was the size of a small mouse. Her body was a deep green, her eyes a swirl of fluorescent neon as she inclined her head up to look at Waldo. Grange told us to stop him, but before we could even reach for him, Waldo had taken the fat little matriarch between his thumb and forefinger. His hands shook as he lifted her to eye level, the two sharing a long stare before he popped her into his mouth. He fought us as we pulled him off the hill, but his face was awash with ecstatic joy. I'd seen one of my nephews eat fudge cooked by my mom once, and his face had looked just that way. The perfect mixture of joyous completion and the despair of knowing that you will never find anything like it ever again. Grange yelled for us to get him back to the dorm, and it wasn't till we got out of the rec yard that Waldo stopped shaking. He still looked off, twin brown streaks marking the corners of his mouth, discarded legs clinging to his lips, and when we got him back to the dorm and set him on his bunk, he just stared ahead like he didn't know he was still on the world. Faust returned with a small pile of noodles and snack cakes, and he dumped them onto Waldo's bed. That's when I remembered that I still owed him my half of the deal. I came back with a bunch of commissary and added them to the collection of foodstuffs. Normally, Waldo would have scooped it all up and pushed it into a locker before the leeches in the dorm could come around to beg for food, but he just let it sit there as he stared at the wall. He was acting weird, not at all like his usual self, and the longer Faust and I sat there, the more it started to worry us. Finally, after a few hours of trying to engage him in activities or conversation, we both just left to go about our business. When I went to get a shower later, I saw that he hadn't moved an inch the whole afternoon. He was still just sitting there, staring at the wall, the dried dirt starting to look like blood in the hazy fluorescence as it coursed down his face. I came out of the shower when the guard started yelling about count time, and I saw that Waldo was laying on his side. He was coughing, silent hacks that racked his body. He had the covers pulled up, shivering hard enough to make the bed frame rattle, and I watched him out of the corner of my eye as I got dressed. When he didn't sit up for count, I knew that something was wrong. Officer Darrow blew his whistle then, and I saw him coming out of the station with a roster in his gloved hand. "All right, get your IDs out and sit up for count." He had taken only a few steps when his keen eyes fixated on the prone form of Waldo. He didn't go right for him. That would have seemed too personal and would have made him look like he was looking for trouble. Instead, he made his way along, checking IDs and checking off names until he finally came to the bunk he wanted. He stood at the foot of the bed and tapped his foot against the leg of the bed. "Wargree, inmate Wargree, sit up for count and present your ID." He appeared calm, but Waldo wouldn't be the first inmate that Darrow had put his hands on or that he'd pushed out of bed. Darrow was always spoiling for a fight. It was why they wouldn't let him work confinement anymore, and he had been forced to find his sport elsewhere. He'd been put in E-dorm because they felt that he couldn't stir up too much trouble in here, but whoever had decided that was a fool. Darrow stirred up trouble wherever he was. It was in his nature. Waldo continued to shiver beneath his blankets, ignoring Darrow for all intents and purposes. Darrow smiled, but it was like a wolf smiling at a lamb. "Last chance, Wargree. Sit up and present your ID, or shit's about to get real bad for you." Waldo coughed, and it sounded like a handful of gravel hitting the ground. I tried to look, but I couldn't see what exactly he had coughed up. Whatever it was, it had escaped Darrow's notice. He was looking forward to a fight, and he didn't care who it was with. He pulled back the covers, and I could see that Waldo was still wearing the same dusty prison clothes he'd had on in the yard. He'd just laid over, it seemed, and he didn't even realize that Darrow was talking to him. When Darrow reached down and took him by the shoulders, he lifted him up into a sitting position. Waldo looked dazed as he blinked his eyes at the guard. "You deaf, Wargree? It's count time, and I know that you—" His voice was harsh, but it turned into a disgusted yelp as Waldo vomited up a cluster of squirming ants on him. They were the same ones he'd been eating, and as they came up from his guts, they sank their pincers into Darrow's arm. Darrow shouted as he swiped at him, trying to clear them off him, but his efforts were useless. For every one he knocked off, about 5 more clamped down and dangled from his skin like tumors. Darrow reeled back from Waldo, screaming as the ants bit him. His radio crackled as someone from the booth noticed him. I heard emergency traffic being called and rushed over to Waldo to see if I could help him. Waldo was leaning against his bunk across from him. The ants were coming out of him in a red cluster now. They looked like blood as they hit the floor, thick clots of pulsating red that slid up his leg and back towards his mouth, even as he vomited them onto the floor. I took him by the shoulders and turned him to look at me, and it took everything I had not to drop him again. His front was covered in ants, a squirming line of them already crawling up and back into his mouth. His face had this dumb look of surprise on it, but when his eyes met mine, I stumbled away and fell back over the bunk. My ass hit the floor then, and I scrambled away as I tried to get away from this ant terror. His eyes had become the same multi-spectrum segments the Queen's had been, and I pushed myself under the nearest bunk as I tried to escape him. When the other guards came through the door, they forced him to the ground in a storm of bodies, and it was almost a mercy not to have to look at him anymore. At least, until they all started screaming. Waldo emerged from the stack on all fours, as 4 guards slapped at themselves and rolled away from him. Waldo was more ant than human now, and those odd eyes were the only thing visible amidst the squirming mass of bugs that covered him. He was little more than a writhing mass of red flesh, small oceans with their own tidal poles as they boiled over his body. I watched as his hat emerged from the top, and it was the only real way to still identify him. One of the guards tried to gas Waldo, his can jittering as the ants snapped at him, and they parted as the chemical arced across him. I could see a swath of red flesh beneath before they closed ranks again. Waldo was gone, it seemed, and whether he was controlling the ants or they were controlling him, it didn't really matter anymore. They were one creature, and their symbiosis seemed permanent. At least, until Captain Hulk and his security detail came through the door. That was when Sergeant Moore hit Waldo with his taser. The 3-person group stood stunned by what they were seeing, and Moore's shot was likely just panic fire. The prongs hit Waldo square in the chest, the electricity sizzling up the lines as it made the ant flesh crackle and dance. Something screamed from deep within the ant mound, and I realized that Waldo was still under there somewhere. As Moore kept squeezing the trigger, Sergeant Dace drew his own taser and shot the mound of ants as well. The combined streams made the creature buck and waver, and when the ants fell off of him, it was like hail hitting the ground. Waldo fell amongst them, crushing most of them, and lay twitching as the captain and his sergeants moved in to assess the damage. It was a real shit show, but they managed to get it all covered up. The guards who had been hurt ended up going to the hospital. Many of them had been bit over 50% of their bodies, and I heard a couple of them almost died. I never saw Waldo again after that night. They took him out in cuffs, but it looked like they were heading to the rec field rather than medical. I remember seeing Waldo look back at me, his weird segmented eyes staring sadly back at the faces clustered against the windows, and I wondered if it might not have been kinder to just let him die. I never saw another one of those weird anthills either, but the rec yard was closed for 2 weeks after that while they tore up the grass and dumped pesticide by the truckload. Stragview, I've come to learn over the years, has a lot of strange stories like this one. From the rats to the ghosts to the strange creatures that inhabit the shadows of this place, Stragview is a place outside of time and space. I only have a year left in this place, and I pray I'll be allowed to leave. I wonder if anyone is truly allowed to leave Stragview once it's got its claws into them. They tell you not to get too friendly with the inmates. Statistically, 45% of prison staff will have an unwise encounter with an inmate at some point in their career. What this translates to varies from person to person, but in my case, it was a little worse than most. I lost it all, and all because I talked a little too much with an inmate. "Morning, Sarge." That was inmate Howard's usual greeting. He'd been in maximum security for as long as I could remember. He'd been sentenced to life in prison for a string of murders he'd committed against women. He'd gotten himself a cell in maximum security because he'd killed at least 3 roommates. Now he was housed alone, got his meals in a styrofoam tray, and only got rec once a week, and only then under the closest of scrutiny. If ever oh ever there was a bad guy in prison, it was inmate Howard. That being said, I'd never had any trouble out of him. He was always polite. He never sat at the door and ogled nurses when they came to pass meds. He never kicked the door or threw his shit, and was generally well behaved as far as inmates go. He read a lot, never really talked to anyone, and mostly kept to himself. He didn't even really speak to the other COs, except for me. I was the only one that had more to say to him than shut up. His conversations started off light. He was a football fan, and he wanted to know how his team was doing as I passed mail. What sort of movies were in theaters while I handed out lunch? How was I, or how was the health of my family while I pushed around the laundry cart? Standard stuff, conversation starters. Pretty typical of inmates locked in a cell for 23 hours a day. I kept my responses casual at first, 1 or 2 word answers, but after a while, you start getting used to people. Inmates are criminals, they're bad guys, but you see them as often as you see your friends after a while. I was never friends with them. That's never a good idea. You do become relaxed after a while, though. You let your guard down. You start to discuss last night's football game with them. You talk about how the new Judge Dredd movies are so much better than the old ones. You ask them about their families, and you tell them a little bit about yours. You start to look at them like animals in a zoo. The animals are behind bars, and thus no threat to you. You get relaxed. You get comfortable looking and stepping a little closer to the bars than you usually would. You forget that the animals still have claws and horns and teeth. You forget that the animals are still animals. I was sitting at his cell one afternoon, sorting mail and passing a word, when he suddenly told me something that made me look up from my mail sack. I'd gotten comfortable enough talking with him and made a habit of it almost every afternoon. I never spent long out there, just a few minutes of conversation, and we usually talked about the sort of thing he could learn about if he took the time. We had just finished talking about the Cowboys, a team we both liked, and their miserable loss last weekend, when he suddenly asked me if I believed in God. I rolled my eyes, expecting a jailhouse sermon. "My God, Howard, don't tell me how you found Jesus in this hellish place." "Nope, not sure he even exists. Don't see how he could if he'd give a man like me this condition." "Condition? Your condition came from murdering all those women. I don't think Jesus had much to do with that, Howard." "No, not that condition." He paused, looking around conspiratorially. "Sarge, if I tell you something, will you promise not to tell anyone else?" I perked my ears up. It wasn't uncommon to get a cell-side confession from some of these guys. They were hard to a point, but eventually their crimes began to weigh on them at night. So they tell some officer their sins so he can go tell the captain, and he can tell the warden so he can tell the families of the victims, and the victims can get some closure. I didn't know if that's what this was, but I was curious nonetheless. "Sure, I promise." He leaned against the glass and whispered into the little ventilator grate, "I can't die." I laughed. I couldn't help it. "Yeah, good thing they gave you life then. Not being able to die would put a real damper on a death sentence." He looked at me through the glass, and I could tell that he was absolutely serious. I gave him a stern look. "There is no way. Get the hell out of here. No one is immune to death, Howard." Howard stepped back into his cell and seemed to ignore me. He sat on his bunk and stared at the floor, and I kept passing mail. There was no way. This was a classic inmate game of see if I can get one over on the CO. Once I bought it, he'd laugh and tell the quad how he'd got me, and they'd all laugh at me too. When I finished his quad, I looked back at his cell, and he was standing at the door again. Howard was wearing the same determined look that I'd seen earlier, and for a moment, I wanted to talk to him and clear things up. If he hurt himself because of this, I could get into some real trouble. I put it out of my mind, though, and went about my routine. It was almost time to leave, and I wanted to be out of the door when 6 o'clock rolled around. Howard didn't bring it up again until the next day. I came around with the lunch trays and noticed that he was standing in the back of his cell. He was naked from the waist up, his chest a tapestry of scars and mostly healed burns, and he was pressing a shank to the spot where his heart should be. I scrambled for my keys as I fumbled for my gas, intending to spray him before he could stab himself. Before I could get the flap open, he had already plunged the knife in. He backed into the wall, his knees giving way as his blood pumped out of his chest. I felt my numb fingers reaching for my radio to call for help. I had just drawn it to my mouth when he hit the door, the hole in his chest already closing, and drug the wet knife across the glass. "Believe me now?" he said, his voice completely even. The radio buzzed to life. Whoever was in the booth must have noticed me hit the door and thought something was going on. I keyed up the radio and told him that everything was okay as I watched the knife slide out from under the cell door and bump my foot. Howard stepped back, hands raised, a big grin on his face like a magician at the end of a particularly good trick. I still insisted that he go to medical. I told them that he had told me about a bad nosebleed, and when the captain saw how much blood was in his cell, he agreed. We shackled him, cuffed him, and took him down the path to medical, his chest and pants awash with blood. I agreed to sit with him in medical, and after the nurse looked him over, we sat in the exam room and waited to be released. That was where he told me the whole story. When I was 6, Dad came home drunk and broke my neck during a beating. I thought I was dead, lying on the floor while Mom screamed between punches, waiting to float off to wherever came next. When I didn't die, I realized that my neck wasn't broken. It had been. I knew it had been, but it wasn't anymore. My mother cried over me, tears streaming out of her raccoon eyes, and that was when I realized that I was different. When I was 16, a cop shot me 3 times in the chest during a robbery. I spent 3 years in juvie, but I was also deemed a medical miracle. I've been stabbed, burned, shot, thrown out of and off of things, and I always come back just fine. I listened to his story, unsure I would believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. That's why I wanted to tell you about it, Sarge. When my dad broke my neck, it was 1901. Dad was a coal miner, Mom was a homemaker, and I've seen the rise and fall of a century. I've looked 30 since I was 20, and I'll go right on looking 30 forever if I choose to. The thing is, I'm tired of living. It's a curse to live this long, especially here, and I want to die. There's only one way I can do it, though. He leaned in close, his chains clinking as they kept him strapped to the bed. I have to give this power to someone. I leaned away from him, his breath reeking of unbrushed teeth. "And you want to give it to me?" I said dubiously. "You're always one of the good ones, Sarge. You treat us fairly, like people, and that means something to us. I want you to have this curse. maybe you can do more with it than I could. I'd be a liar if I said the idea of living forever didn't appeal to me. Having unlimited time to pursue the things I loved, not having to worry about time getting away from me, being able to enjoy life until I was ready for it to end. The word curse kept rattling around in my brain, but I honestly was having trouble seeing it as a curse. As I lay next to my wife that night, I imagined outliving her and our son. Maybe that was the curse. Maybe Howard had watched the people he loved die over the years. Maybe that was the terrible part. I mulled it over for a week before I finally gave him my answer. We were taking them out for cell cleanup, and as Howard stood there, ankles chained and hands cuffed behind his back, I moved next to him to ask my question. So, say I wanted to take this power. How do we do it? He smiled, knowingly. I've been thinking about it for a while, huh? Well, yeah, you have to admit it's a tempting offer. He nodded, but said nothing. So how does it work? I asked impatiently. We shake hands, and you say, I take this burden unto myself. That's it? I asked incredulously. That's it, he said. He turned to look at me then, and the look in his eyes should have told me all I needed to know. His face was calm, but his eyes were hungry to be rid of this curse. His eyes burned with a secret desire, a desire unknown to anyone who hadn't been trapped in a cage like he had. His whole body seemed to vibrate as he extended his hand. If I hadn't been so eager, no, greedy is a better word. If I hadn't been so greedy, I would have seen the look and never come close enough to touch him again. Instead, I reached out and shook his hand without a second thought, saying the words exactly as he had said them. I take this burden unto myself. That is when the most intense feeling of vertigo I had ever felt hit me. My vision doubled, tripled, swam like a pool of turbulent water. For a minute that was locked in eternity, I could feel my very being as it was siphoned from me and spat back by a giant lung. I was turned into a tornado, bottled in a jar, and poured over a volcano. I cannot adequately describe what happened, but when I returned to myself, everything had changed. I was slumped against the railing, head spinning, and vomit dripping between the grating of the catwalk. My hands hurt, and my legs seemed sluggish. I could hear voices asking if I was okay, but my tongue didn't want to work properly when I tried to respond. As my vision cleared, I was again struck by an odd sense of vertigo as I saw myself coming up from my knees. I stood up and shook my head, testing my hands and looking over at myself as I leaned against the rail. I tried to reach out, but my hands were stuck behind me. I took a step towards myself, but my legs came up short, and I fell on my face on the metal grating. My nose broke, and I was aware of the second most excruciating pain in my life. I rolled over, spitting blood, and I could see myself standing over me. When I smiled, I felt cold horror spreading over me. Howard's smile was spreading across my face. What happened? One of the COs asked, coming out of the cell and looking at Howard as he stood over me. This inmate lunged at me. I had to put him down before he hurt himself, Howard said, never taking his eyes off me. That's so, the CO said. I think his name was Taylor, but who remembers? Want me to call the captain down here so we can start some paperwork? Nah, I think he's had enough. Help me get him back in the cell, Howard said. They moved me back into Howard's cell, grabbing me under the arms. Once the leg restraints came off, they walked out and closed the door. I struggled to my feet and ran to the little window, but Howard was already leaving the quad. Officer Taylor told me to put my hands through the flap so he could get the cuffs off. I tried to explain to him, tried to tell him how I was not inmate Howard, how inmate Howard had put my mind in his body, but the things I was saying were a hard sale at best. Taylor stared at me through the glass, blankly listening to what I was saying in the same way I had listened to 1,000 other inmates. He heard my words, crazy as they sounded, but he let them wash over him before he again told me to give up the cuffs before he had to call the captain down here. I put my hands out, and he took them off. I tried to tell him what had happened again, but he closed the flap and moved on, leaving me in an 8x10 cell with nothing but my own confused emotions. That first night was the worst night of my life. I paced the cell, eating and drinking nothing as my mind ran around my head like a trapped rat. I hadn't seen Howard for the rest of the day, and it didn't do any good to try to talk to any of the other officers. They just thought I was talking crazy talk to get sent to psych, or ignored me as I raged against the glass. I didn't sleep that night. After lights out, I walked and screamed and yelled my frustration out amongst the other prisoners that screamed for me to shut the hell up. If you've never been inside one of those cells with the door closed, you can't imagine how small it feels. Knowing that you have no escape from that hell is pure madness. Knowing that no one will come if something should happen to you is pure hell. I understand after that night why so many inmates go insane. I worried about my wife and son the most. What if Howard found his way to my house? Wearing my face, my wife would greet him, let him in without question. What would he do to them? Would he hurt them? Thinking like that made me scream all over again, and by morning, I feared my vocal cords had been damaged. The juice they gave me with breakfast helped my raw throat, but did little for my mental anguish. After the first night, I found a numb little hole in my mind to crawl into. That was where I lived for the next few weeks. If someone came to give me food, I ate it. If someone came to take me to the shower, I went. If they tried to take me to rec, I ignored them. I slept in a fetal ball on my mat and just let time slip by. Time had ceased to matter anymore. Sometimes I would sleep the whole day, lost in my misery and coldness. The world shrank to an 8x10 concrete box, and the things outside mattered very little. I could hear whispers on the quad, but I ignored them. My name came up often, my old name, that Howard now wore. No one had seen him in a while, and there was talk that something had happened. I had done something bad, and was likely not coming back. I tried to block it out. I held my hands against my ears and refused to listen. But as the details came out, my worst fears were realized. I had murdered my family. I had shot and killed my wife and son. There was evidence of sexual assault on my wife. Neighbors had heard her begging for her life, heard my son screaming as I killed them. He had left afterwards and killed 5 more people. They had caught him in the act and taken him alive. His trial was scheduled for later this month. He was likely to get the death penalty. This information trickled in over the course of weeks. I was privy to it, but did not actively participate. I stopped eating, my eyes constantly running at the thought of my family's suffering. My wife, my son, they were both lost forever. They had died believing that I was their killer. My greed had led to their deaths. As I lay there, I realized I couldn't take the pain. I tried to kill myself the next night. The officer on duty found me hanging from a bed sheet and cut me down, rushing me to medical. It was needless. I had suffered no ill effect. I had never even lost consciousness. Howard had been right. My body refused to die. I could have cut myself, stabbed myself, thrown myself off the bunk, and never even suffered a bit of ill. I had gained the power I wanted, and now I saw it for the curse it was. I spent a week under medical observation, sitting in a 12x12 concrete room with a big glass window that they could monitor me through. I was dressed in an oversized green smock with Velcro fastenings and given a rip-resistant mattress to sleep on. They gave me pills for the pain, pills for the psychosis, pills for the depression I was likely suffering from, but I didn't take them. I spit them out the second they weren't looking and wallowed in my pain. After a week, they let me go back to my old cell. When I got back, I heard someone calling my name from the nearby window of J-Dorm, Stragview's death house. I bristled when I heard it, the voice as familiar as my own name. I went to the window and looked out across the short expanse. The cell, as if predestined, faced the wall of the death house, and I could see a grinning face looking through the bars at me. The face was a little ragged, a little haggard, but I would have known it anywhere. I was looking at myself. He spent the rest of his time at the back window, trying to get my attention. I had seen inmates do this when I was an officer, talking to each other through the back window grate, but I lay on the floor and ignored him as he called to me. He tried to goad me, telling me how he'd screwed my wife, how my son had cried when he'd beaten him, how they had both suffered before the end. I just lay there and ignored him. He told me about the gas station he'd turned into an abattoir after that, using my own shotgun to kill 3 customers and a clerk. But I went right on ignoring him. He told me how he'd killed a cop before they'd apprehended him, how the cop had wanted to kill him so badly. Told me how the trial judge had said that life was too good for someone like him. But I went right on ignoring him. I've been sentenced to death. I have no attorney, no appeals to file, no chances for retrial. I doubt I'll last more than a year on death row before they execute me. Looks like I finally get to die. I ignored him. He tried to get my attention at every available moment. He told me of the murders again and again. He told me how his life story had been a lie. He told me how he too had been a guard once, how he had taken the same deal and been trapped for years and years as his sanity eroded away. You'll sit here too. In Stragview, no one seems to care about an eternal prisoner. I ignored him until the day they took him off the block and led him to the chair. I was there on the night they executed him. I did not watch from the window. I lay on the floor of my cell in a fetal ball and did not mourn the passing of my old life. I almost thought I could hear him laugh as the lights dimmed and then they came back up again. I was still there when the sun came up. I was there for a lot more sunrises after that. I don't know how long ago that was. Time had no meaning there. Time had no meaning to those trapped in hell. I ate when I had to. I showered when such was offered. I went to rec when it came my turn. The faces of my wife and son faded from my mind, and for that, I was grateful. Their memories are a fiery brand against my soul, and I know I will be made to answer for them someday. I'm writing this from a library terminal in a city I never bothered to learn the name of. I lived on the streets in much the same way I lived in prison. I eat when food comes my way. I sleep when I can find a safe place to. I shower when such things come to pass. Unlike prison, however, I find myself at rec a lot more often. You must realize by now that if I'm out, someone made the same deal I did. I, however, did look back when I left him in that hell forever. His confusion was familiar, but I never looked back again. I kept running, kept moving, and now I feel my sanity beginning to return. It's easy to forget what hell is like once you're out. So if you work in Stragview and an inmate offers you immortality, do yourself a favor. Tell him to shut the hell up and just keep walking. Terry's day started with the previous shift dragging inmate Harrison from his cell. The 2 officers, old pros at this, had him cuffed up and held under each arm, the yard sergeant coming behind as he manfully attempted to hold the inmate's kicking legs. Sergeant Lehman wasn't a small guy, somewhere between a bodybuilder and a sideshow strongman, and even he was having trouble keeping a hold of the struggling inmate. Harrison was 6.5 feet tall, and mostly ankles and elbows. As they pulled him out, he was screaming loud enough to shake the cobwebs in the rafters. "Make it stop! Make it stop! Make it stop talking!" Terry grabbed a leg as he tried to help Lehman get the struggling man off the quad. Terry, Officer Greenwood to his charges, had just come in for his first shift of the week, and he couldn't think of a more tumultuous way to begin it. He had expected that they were just taking him to the shower. He stank and was likely being forced to clean himself. But they headed straight out of the quad and into the sally port, where Officer Carr was waiting with the restraint chair. "What the hell happened?" Terry asked, after the 5 of them managed to wrestle the struggling man into the chair and secure the straps. "We don't know. He's been kind of quiet all day, but just as the sun started to go down, he starts screaming and banging and causing a fuss. We had Perry come down here to talk to him, but not even he could get him to settle down." "Really? Perry couldn't get anything out of him? That dude could charm the birdies from the trees." "Nope, couldn't get a word in edgewise. He said all he was doing was gibbering about someone in the cell talking to him. We're going to take him down to medical for observation. Do me a favor and put in some paperwork on that sink in there. He broke it while he was spazzing out." Terry said he would, and with that they were off and rolling towards the medical pavilion. Harrison continued to buck as they rolled away, his eyes going towards the cell he had left. His eyes were wide and white, crazed like a horse's eyes, and Terry felt a sliver of fear creep into him. What had he seen that had scared him so much? Would Terry see it too? Terry hoped not, as he headed for the station. Officer Tobry was there, as well as Sergeant Wayne, and the cocky young officer grinned at him as Terry walked up the stairs into the station proper. "Guess we'll have to change our count before we get started. Doesn't look like Harrison's going to be back anytime soon." Terry shrugged. "I guess so. He seemed pretty rattled." "He's been rattled since he got here. Dude takes enough pills to keep his sight grade in check, but he's one bad day away from losing his marbles." Tombry clapped him on the shoulder, Terry turning to look at him as he cocked his head back towards the door. "Come on, man. Let's get these degenerates counted." Terry nodded as he followed him, sliding his notebook out as he prepared to count the dorm. As they came into Quad 4, Terry couldn't help but glance at Harrison's old cell. The door was open, and the inside hung blackly in the lighted quad. The dying light through the window made a smoky square on the floor, and in that strange light, Terry felt that he could see something on the far wall. He had thought someone was hiding in there before he remembered that no one could be in there. The wing was secured. No one was capable of leaving their cells or moving around, and when he walked past the door, he stopped for a few seconds as he studied the spot on the back of the cell. Taking out his flashlight, he shone it in and gasped as he tried to keep a grip on it. It had fallen on something on the back of the cell that looked surprisingly like a face. He stood there for a count of 5, just staring at the wall, but the longer he looked at the spot, the less it looked like the face he thought he'd seen at the start. The face he had seen had been that of a stunted old man, the kind with a mischievous face that you watched your kids around. The more he looked at him, though, the less it looked like anything more than a swirl of paint on the back wall. It was silly to think about. It could have been anything, but as he looked at it, the more he could see that face lying just below the painted surface. "See something you like in there?" came a voice in his ear, and Terry jumped about a foot. Tobry had come down after counting the upstairs and found Terry just standing there, looking into the cell. "Thought I saw..." But Terry thought better of it before telling Tobry about the face. "Some graffiti or something. I was going to write it up, but I guess it's nothing." Tobry shrugged. "Looks like he slagged the sink, though. Guess we got to write him up for that." Terry nodded, and the two of them moved back to the station to give their numbers to the sergeant. That was how it started, and it was a moment that Terry would reflect on often. Terry arrived home around 7 the next morning, and fell into bed in his uniform. It had been a hell of a night, and not just because of Harrison. He and Tobry had gone about their usual duties, handing out mail, checking on the nightly chore list, but it seemed that something always drew them back to Quad 4. Some kind of fracas always dragged them back to the floor, and it was the busiest it had ever been. There had been 2 fights, one of them requiring help to break up, and 3 different inmates had been taken to confinement after lights out when they started kicking doors. Terry was usually pretty good at talking to them, but tonight there'd been no chance for communication. They kept yelling that people were talking to them, telling them things they didn't want to hear, and they wanted them to stop. In the end, they had sent 6 people to confinement, and it had taken all night to pack their property. On top of that, there were the weird noises in Quad 4 that night. Terry could believe that they were hearing strange whispers, because he could hear them too. Every time he went out to do a round, every time he found himself out there packing property, whenever he was pulling people apart or making the rabble go back to their cells, he could hear a low whisper that permeated everything out there. It was a small, ugly little voice, the voice of a witch in a kid's story, and it told Terry how worthless he was all night. It slid across his skin like a wire brush, and he came to dread the time he spent out on the quad. Strangely, it also seemed to be trying to lure him into Harrison's old cell. As he fell into an exhausted sleep, he could almost hear the words again. "Scurry, scurry, little mouse. You don't dare come into my home. I taste your fear, weakling. You don't have the sand to come face me. Step inside and see how much of a man you really are." He could see that face again, working its way from the wall, rising from the painted surface, as the features began to come out. He was looking at the worn face of a wicked old warlock, looking for someone to draw into hell to take his place, and Terry was powerless to stop it as he held his face in the beam of that flashlight. He was aware of walking towards it, slowly but surely, and the closer he got, the less he wanted to. The face got bigger and bigger, taking up the wall as it grew, and the mouth opened to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. When it opened, the teeth attempting to clamp on him, Terry woke up with a furious start. He didn't sleep well that day, and it showed as he stumbled into F-dorm that night. Toby whistled as he stumbled up the stairs. "You look like hell, Greenwood. Not getting sick, are you?" Terry shook his head, but he honestly felt sick. He had managed to fall asleep after a series of bad dreams that morning, and woken up just in time to see that he had 20 minutes to get to work. Given that it took 30 minutes to drive to work, Terry was pretty glad that he had slept in his uniform. It was a little rumpled, but he threw his coat on and ran out the door, stopping by the kitchen long enough to grab a TV dinner out of the freezer and pull his boots on before he ran out in his sock feet. He had been about 5 minutes late, speeding the whole way there, and his captain had thankfully been understanding. "Well, hopefully tonight is less of a three-ring circus than last night," Toby said. "Come on, partner, let's get this show on the road." Right off the rip, though, the shift began to list. Terry found 2 empty beds where inmates had been the day before, their roommates telling them how they'd been taken to confinement after getting mouthy. The door to Harrison's cell had been closed, but it did nothing to cut the sounds of the spidery whispers that Terry had heard last night. He tried to tell himself that he was remembering it wrong, that the whisper was something he had heard in his dream and attributed to his time in Quad 4 yesterday. But as he stood before that closed door, he could hear that caustic scuttling across his senses. "Open the door, weakling. Don't worry. I won't bite." The voice sounded pleased with its little joke, but Terry found that he didn't dare open that door and take a look. That night, he and Toby were absolutely slammed. They had to break up another fight, and after lights out, they had several others kicking the door. It got so bad, Terry finally just turned the TV on out there, anything to dampen the whispers they all could hear. It helped a little, but there was a lot of grumbling amongst the cells when Terry went to do his rounds. He didn't doubt they could hear it. Terry could hear it, and it seemed to get louder every time he walked past the cell they had taken Harrison from. When he looked through the little glass window, Terry thought he could see eyes looking back at him. They reflected like a dog's eyes, red and sparkling in the light of his flashlight, but the wall was still flat and featureless. As the two of them left the next morning, Toby clapped him on the shoulder and reminded him that, hey, at least he had the next 2 days off. We can rest up for the long weekend to come, and hopefully it won't be as bad as these 2 we've just had. Terry hoped so, but as he fell into bed again, the dream was waiting for him. It was the same thing as the day before. He was alone in the quad, the cells empty and their doors open and gaping. The lights seemed to buzz darker in their cages tonight, and the face snickered as it pushed its way through the wall. The wrinkles on its skin made it look like a carved wooden thing, but its eyes glowed with mirth. It grew larger and larger as Terry watched, held captive by the thing in the beam of his light, and as the face pushed out of the wall, it slithered free on a long tail of flesh. Terry could see a body pushing its way behind it, the majority trapped behind the paint, but as it opened its mouth wide to bite him, he realized it hardly needed anything but that long, trailing flesh tumor and its mouth of pointy teeth. He spent that first day in a state of perpetual doze. He would fall asleep, and the dream would be waiting for him. The monster would come slithering out of the wall, ready to bite, and Terry could do nothing but stand there and watch it happen in the beam of its flashlight. It bit him again and again and again, each bite burning as he came awake. Terry was limping by the time he got up on Thursday morning in the wee hours, and as he sat watching TV, his legs itched from the bites. He could feel something like infection working its way up them, but they looked the same as they always had. He stayed awake most of Thursday, taking cat naps in his recliner, but even then he was constantly falling back into the dream. By Friday, Terry was exhausted, but he couldn't afford to call out. He put on a fresh uniform as he staggered out the door, not sure he had the energy to do much more than shamble to his post and sit down. That was the night that Carter decided to take a hostage, and the creature decided to leave his dreams and enter the real world. Carter had the cell next to Harrison's. He'd been kicking on the second night and should have technically been taken to confinement, but the sergeant over there had said they were out of room and asked Terry to try to work things out without resorting to rehoming him in the box. He had quieted once the TV had come on, but Carter still looked shell-shocked when they let him out of the dorm for breakfast that morning. He had a haunted expression as the two officers conducted their first count, and when his roommate asked Terry if he could swap cells, Terry gave him the same tired line about how this was a prison and not a summer camp, and you didn't get to pick your bunkies. I know that, Sarge, but... The inmate looked back at Carter as the man stared at the wall. He's been acting weird. He whispers to himself at night, and I think he might try to hurt me. If he tries, we'll come and save you. Till then, this is your house, so clean it up, Terry monotoned, before going back to counting. It was an hour later, as Terry tried to stay awake during his paperwork, when the pounding from the quad brought them around. Tombre asked Terry if he'd go check it out, and Terry was thankful for an excuse to walk around until he got to the floor and saw what was going on. Inmate Carter had closed himself and his roommate into the cell and was demanding to speak with the captain. He was holding his roommate in a headlock as he pressed a piece of jagged metal to his throat, threatening to kill him if he didn't get what he wanted. I want to be out of this quad, he screamed at Terry as he tried to reason with him. I want to be away from the whispers, I want to sleep without nightmares, and I want to be out of this cell. It was just he and Tombre that night. Sergeant Wayne had called out, and Terry was relaying information to Tombre and telling him to get the captain down here right away. Most of the inmates had already closed themselves in, not wanting to get wrapped up in any part of this, and before Terry quite knew it, he found himself alone on the quad. Their faces were pressed against the glass, watching it all unfold from the safety of their cells, but they were as good as miles away behind those steel doors. Tombre came in over the radio, telling him that the captain was getting a group together to come help. ETA was about 3 minutes, but it turned out they didn't have that long. Carter screamed suddenly, letting his roommate go as he clutched his ears and shouted his fear towards the ceiling. Only one way to make it stop, he gibbered, and then he plunged that piece of metal into his neck. Terry let the radio slip as he ran forward without thinking. He keyed the emergency lock on the rolling cell door, the roommate shooting out into the quad as the door came open. He went screaming for the inner door as Terry came into the cell, and as inmate Carter went to the ground, Terry put a hand on the spurting neck to try to stop the flow of blood. He shouldn't have gone into the cell with an unrestrained inmate. He shouldn't have been elbow deep in blood without gloves. Terry should have waited for medical and backup, but as he pressed against the ugly wound from which the piece of metal grew, his only thought was not watching this man die. Terry was looking into Carter's face, the crazy draining out right along with the blood, when the lights began to flicker inside the cell. The light coming from the window from the pole light in the yard cast them into an eerie glow, but Terry didn't feel fear until the lights in the quad went out as well. He could hear Tombre yelling over the radio he had left out in the quad, the roommate nowhere to be seen, and all Terry could think to do was keep his hands over the gushing wound in Carter's neck. He was shivering, the man convulsing against him as he looked into the murky darkness around him, and then he heard the catch release on the door to the cell next to his. "Give me my prey," came the whispering voice from his dreams as it slithered from that dark womb. Carter whimpered against him, trying to press himself against Terry like a frightened child. This was clearly what had driven him to the edge, and now it was here to get him. The gloopy sound of a legless horror could be heard pulling itself closer to the pair, and as they cowered in the dark, Terry felt certain that this was how he would die. The mouth would open up, just as it had so many times before, and swallow them both up. The team that was on their way would find nothing but an empty quad, and Terry would be just one more mystery for the guards and the inmates of Stragview to speculate on. Terry closed his eyes, bending protectively over Carter as the thing drug itself closer. When he peeked through slitted lids, he could see something like a multi-tentacled slug as it stood in the doorway of the cell. "Give him to me," It screeched, but as the lights came back on, Terry was momentarily blinded by the sudden intrusion. Something hit him in the chest then, and as he fell across the inmate, he heard boots slapping on concrete. Then there were people screaming his name. Carter was jerked away from him as strong hands helped him up, and Terry was being led out of the quad as people spoke to him in voices that sounded alien. He was aware of being in the station, the captain shaking him as he asked him what had happened. He was aware of being in the captain's office next, several people standing far too close as they discussed what was wrong with him. His life happened in little jumps and bumps, and finally, he was in one of the back rooms in medical, staring off into nothing as he tried to stop himself from falling apart. Someone had put a blanket around him, and he was sitting in a stark white room on a bed they usually save for patients in need of care. He thought he was alone, but when someone cleared their throat, he realized that the warden was sitting near the counter, a file folder in his hand and a Cheshire Cat smile on his face. "Well, it seems you've finally come back to us, Officer Greenwood." Terry stared at him, uncomprehending, but seeming to have discovered his voice. What in the hell was that? The warden steepled his fingers, seeming to contemplate the answer. 20 years ago, there was an inmate named Frost. Frost was a bad man who liked to do bad things to children. He was serving a very long sentence, but someone decided to shorten it for him. They slammed his head against that wall so hard you could see his face in the wall for a while afterwards. We painted over it a few times, and it finally started to fade. After a little, we started putting people in that cell again, but something happened. We started seeing an increase in crazed inmates. They complained about voices, whispers, seeing things after lights out, and it drove more than one of them insane. After a while, we found a few of them dead, either by their own hands or something else's. We tried closing the cell, but it didn't work. Frost was angry, but Frost was also content to torture people who happened to find himself in his cell. We remembered how we'd gotten rid of that ugly indentation of his face in the concrete, and every month we painted the cell. We paint it with the thickest latex paint we can, and it takes him a little longer every time to come back. It's not a permanent solution, but it's the best we have. Terry sat there, taking all this in, trying to make sense of it, but coming up short. Why not just... But the warden put a hand up to stop him. "Whatever you're about to say, we've tried it. He's a monster, a disease, and he always comes back." He turned to go, stopping at the door as Terry looked after him. "Take the weekend off. Come back fresh on Monday. I'll have a crew in there tonight to paint that cell, and that will keep him in check for a little longer. Over the next 3 days, do what you have to do to forget what you've seen. Drink yourself into oblivion. Take sleep meds. Try to ignore what dreams might still linger. Don't let him stay. Push him out as best you can, or one day you might wake up to find that very same face on the wall of your own home, and will have to fill your position with something besides a layer of latex paint." Terry watched him go, not sure what to believe, but wanting nothing so much as the oblivion of a peaceful sleep, knowing he probably wouldn't get it. His chest ached suddenly, and he looked down at the bruise someone had treated there. They had laid his uniform shirt and undershirt across a nearby chair, and as Terry looked, he felt his mouth go very dry. The bruise on his chest looked like nothing so much as a formless blob, but the longer he looked, the more he could see the hooked nose and the hateful eyes that had stared back at him from the cell. It seemed that Frost might be harder to escape than even the warden had thought, and Terry just knew that as his eyelids tried to slide closed, he would find that gaping mouth waiting for him, and the cell would be his hell for all eternity. "Hey Sarge, look at this." Hank looked up from his phone and saw that one of the inmates had raised a scarecrow in front of the leaf pile he'd been making. He was unsurprised to find it was Jasper. Jasper had always been more of a talker than a worker, and today it was clear that his rake hadn't seen much use. He had come across an old green button-up shirt and stuffed it with leaves, making the body bulge oddly. He put a sack head on top to complete the ugly old golem and drew a crude scarecrow face on the front. The whole work had been stuck on top of a broken rake handle and stuck in the ground before the ever-growing leaf pile. It hung there like a silent guardian as the inmates raked their pile closer and closer to the growing mound. Hank wanted to be angry with Jasper, but honestly, this was a great idea. "Well, look at that, Jasper. You made us a little mascot." "I didn't make him, Sarge. He told me how to put him together. His name is Grun." "He tell you that too?" Hank asked, beginning to get a little tired of this game already. Jasper nodded. "Whispered it to me when I found his head in that ditch." Hank sighed before telling Jasper to get back to work and return to the bus. As he slid into the cab of the van, he picked up the dummy phone and texted Al the location. "Look for the scarecrow with the sack head," he typed. And when Al, or whoever was manning the phone, sent back a string of question marks, Hank elaborated. "One of the inmates made a scarecrow. You can't miss it." As Al sent back a thumbs up, Hank sat back in his chair and reflected on how this was the easiest job he had ever had. Hank had worked for the Department of Corrections for about 5 years. He had only been a sergeant on the road crew for about 4 months, though. The job wasn't particularly hard, and Hank mostly found himself sitting in the cab of his work van and watching Netflix on his phone. He would count M8s or inspect the job site every now and again, but the job was mostly sedentary. The reputation he had built up for himself as a badass on the compound meant that none of these guys really messed with him, but that wasn't too surprising. The guys they sent to work squad were short-timers, guys with a few years left, and you didn't really get hard cases or mushy brains out here on the road. So far, Hank had only had to point his gun at one person, and the sight of that gleaming black barrel had taken the fight right out of him. It had been pretty boring until Al had come along. Al had found him drinking alone in a local bar, and Hank had marked him as trouble from the second he'd caught sight of him sneaking peeks at him. It was something about working behind the fence. You gained the ability to judge someone at a glance, and what they wanted, what they were capable of, and Hank had mistrusted Al from the get-go. Al had come to sit next to him and offered to buy him a drink, which Hank had declined. He told him thanks, but he wasn't into men. Al had laughed before asking if he was into money. Hank started to get mad, but Al told him that he had a different sort of offer for him. He bought him another round and asked if he'd like to talk it over. Hank had leaned back, taken a sip from the fresh PBR, and invited Al to proceed. Hank had his beer, and he listened. Al's request was simple. Al, or more likely the people Al worked for, wanted to use their leaves. That was all. "I've seen your boys out there working. I know how big your leaf piles are at the end of the day. All I'm asking is that you let us use your leaf piles to store some things discreetly." "I don't know," Hank said. "Guys in the department that try to diversify their income tend to end up wearing blues." "How much do you make on a day sitting in your van and watching these fellas work?" Al asked, getting right to the point. Hank thought about it. 400, he said, hoping it sounded confident. It was a lie, but not a big one. "How would you like to make twice that?" Al asked, smiling his shark's grin. Hank waffled as he thought about it, knowing he should say no. It was a bad idea to mix business with financial stability. But Hank was in a little bit of credit card debt and needed a way out. It was stupid, a surefire way to get himself thrown in prison. But as he reached over to shake Al's hand, it just felt so right. And that was how Hank had begun his employment with the less than reputable elements of the city. The setup was easy. The inmates raked up the leaves along the highway. They piled them up, adding to the pile daily, and at the end of the month, they burned the leaves and started again the next month. At night, Hank's newfound benefactor would dump something into one of those leaf piles, something Hank didn't need to know about. At the end of the month, Hank and his crew would burn that thing along with the leaves, and then the next month, they'd do it all over again. Each day that Hank continued to not know about this thing in the leaf pile, he would net a cool $400 in his account. It was almost too good to be true, and was great until that damn scarecrow showed up. 2 days after that horrid guardian had been erected, Hank started to feel like something wasn't right. He would find himself sitting in the cab of the bus, watching Netflix or something on his phone, when he suddenly felt like he was being watched. He'd look up and count the inmates, coming up with 20 men all at work, or at least not standing around. More often than not, it was the scarecrow Hank would find looking at him, giving him the creeps. It always seemed to have turned on its post, its grease-paint eyes always glaring at him, judging him. Hank would always turn back to his screen and just try to ignore it, but it gave him the willies to be sure. By the end of the first week, he'd made 2,000 bones for doing nothing more than just not reporting something, and he was feeling pretty good about the setup. His creditors were satisfied with the money Hank had given them, and Hank had sliced up a few of the cards that had gotten him into this situation in the first place. He didn't need the credit cards anymore, now that he was making the kind of money that Al was providing, and it made him feel pretty good. Despite this, he also felt a little guilty about double dipping. Hank tried to justify it to himself, making excuses that all seemed to ring hollow. Al and his friends were only doing whatever they were doing at one location, after all. It wasn't like they were using every location that Hank had been to. He was free and clear anyway. All he had to do was say that he had no idea what was going on, and divert attention away from himself. Hell, whatever they were doing at this site was none of his business anyway, right? Despite his reasoning, site number 8 became one of his least favorite stops of the day. With 12 stops, he always spent about 30 minutes to an hour at each, so the inmates could clean up the trash and rake the leaves. From 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day, Hank and the guys went from site to site, doing the same thing they did every day. The guys had been doing this long enough that most of them could have the site cleaned in about 20 minutes. But Site 8 was becoming the exception to the rule. Site 8 became a daily chore that Hank wished he could skip. If Hank had been superstitious, he'd have said the site was haunted. It had always taken about 15 to 20 minutes to clean this site in the past, but now it was taking right up to an hour every day, and it seemed to correlate with Jasper making that damn scarecrow. As the inmates worked, Hank saw many of them cast sidelong looks at the thing. On more than one occasion, he saw them stop what they were doing entirely and just look at the scarecrow with rising levels of anger. It was as though it were talking to them, and whatever it was saying, they didn't seem to like it. More than one of them took a step towards it before Jasper would run over and say something to soothe them. They would always go back to work, but Hank was sure that one day they would hear something that would send that scarecrow sailing into the pile too. They weren't the only ones hearing things. Hank usually sat in the cab with the windows down so he could catch a breeze, gas being too expensive to sit with the AC on all day. As he sat there one morning, Hank suddenly heard a weird, whispery voice, and it brought him out of his near doze. He looked up and counted the inmates in a quick sweep of his eyes. He was making sure that no one was close enough to the bus to be heard, and had expected someone to be playing a joke. He was not in a joking mood, and this was something that Hank was prepared to take someone back to prison over. What he found was all 20 of them hard at work. Even Jasper was raking this morning, and none of them were anywhere close to the van. Hank looked back down at his phone, his eyes growing a little heavy again, but his head snapped back up when he heard the same whispery voice crawl across his nerves. He looked around to make sure no one was playing games with him, knowing already that it couldn't have been anyone on his crew. Hank glanced around the truck to make sure that it wasn't an outside party, but there was no one anywhere near the bus. The breeze creaked the scarecrow on his post, and it seemed to him that it was pointed in Hank's direction, the ragged thing seeming to inquire if Hank was looking at him. Hank climbed back into the cab, looking back down at his phone as he tried to drown the sound out with some show or another. He could hear that spidery voice as the opening to Law and Order scrolled severely by, and no amount of volume increase could stop it from rankling his senses. When it whispered again, Hank jumped as though someone was right next to his ear. Hank had thought he heard it plain as day, and the words were low but clear. "He comes." The slamming door turned all the inmates around, Hank's eyes creeping over them accusingly. "Which one of you's doing that?" he yelled, all 20 of them glancing up in confusion. They didn't understand, but when the guy with the shotgun spoke, the masses listened. "Doing what, boss?" Creed finally asked. "Whispering real loud. Whoever's doing it, stop it. It's giving me the creeps." 20 sets of shoulders shrugged in that eerie unison that inmates seemed to possess, and went back to work. The Scarecrow groaned on his post as he observed them, and as Hank returned to the truck, he heard it again. It was plain as day now, and it sounded as though someone was standing right behind him. Hank glanced over his shoulder at the inmates, but they were 30 to 40 feet away. There was no way any of them could have whispered that loud and that clear. He closed the door and settled onto the front seat. The Scarecrow creaked on his post again, snapping Hank's head around to look at him. He saw that all the inmates were watching him, their faces telling him clearly that they were worried about him. He shouted at them to get back to work and rolled the windows up. He sat watching them for a few minutes, just watching them go about their drudgery, and marked each of them. Several of them looked at the Scarecrow as they raked, and Hank could see that the leaves around the raggedy sentry were unraked in a large circle. He felt another urge to tear the thing down and throw it onto the pile, but he squashed it. The Scarecrow was the marker. He needed it to mark the spot where Al was to drop whatever he was dropping. Besides, it was just a Scarecrow. The Green Man comes. He jumped high enough to bash his head on the roof of the bus this time. Hank looked around nervously, but there was no one there. The radio hadn't made a sound all day, and that whispering had been close enough that it might have been coming from lips pressed right against his ear. He rolled down the window and told them to get in the bus because they were moving on. The inmates ran over quickly, looking relieved as they threw their tools in the back and climbed in behind the mesh wire that separated the front of the bus from the back. Hank put the van in drive, and they rolled to the next site, leaving the Scarecrow behind with his leaf pile. Hank was never happier to leave a stretch of road behind, and the clamor from the back made him think that he wasn't alone. Hank may have left him, but the Scarecrow didn't seem to be done with him that day. That was the first night he started having the dreams about Site 8. Hank dreamed that he was at the roadside, just him at the site. The light of the moon shone full and pale over him, seeming to leave him in that green guardian in the spotlight. The piles of leaves loomed up 20 times as big as they had before, and the Scarecrow stood before it like a grinning sentry. The pile moved and stirred as something slid beneath the leaves, and Hank could see little humps sliding along the dense foliage. All at once, the pile burst into flames, and from within came the screams of the damned. The humps beneath churned wildly about as the flames licked at the massive mound of dead leaves. The Scarecrow turned on its pole to face him, a wide tear beginning to rip across its mouth. It was as though something was clawing to be free, and it seemed as violent as the creature in the leaf pile. The Scarecrow danced on its pole as its arms waved and flapped in the phantom wind. As the fire backlit the Scarecrow, his mouth came open, and he spread that dark pit that was fit only for terrible things. "He comes! He comes! The Green Man seeks his sacrifice!" the Scarecrow screamed at him. Hank shuffled back a step, seeking escape, when his foot caught on something. He fell hard on his backside as the flames danced higher. Hank could hear the screams take on a tortured, cat-like wail as the flames sent the shadows up behind the pyre. The shadow was monstrous. Its head was a mass of antlers. From the shadowy face, its eyes burned, and its voice rose. Its voice was that of the Headless Horseman when it spoke to Ichabod, the voice of the wolf when it spoke to Little Red Riding Hood, the voice Faust heard just before he was drawn into hell. "I come," it bellowed, and Hank awoke in a cold sweat with the covers constricting him. "Aren't you going to go back to see the Scarecrow?" Jasper asked. Hank ignored him as he drove on to Site 9. He avoided Site 8 for the next 3 days. The inmates didn't seem to mind, all except for Jasper. He would press his face against the window, leaving smudges on the glass as he followed the lonesome Scarecrow with his sad eyes. Every day, he would ask if they were going to Site number 8, and every day Hank would ignore him. The money kept being deposited, despite Hank not going there. The leaves gathered and the trash collected, but no one seemed to notice but Hank. The dreams persisted, though, and Hank was beginning to sleep less and less. He had hoped that maybe avoiding the sight would help him kick the dreams, but it seemed to make them worse. Every night, he would dream about that screaming scarecrow, and every night he would see that horrid monster as it stood behind the fire. Hank had hoped that after a week of not going to the site, the dreams would finally cease, but it seemed that fate had other ideas. After 5 days, someone noticed his lack of attention. Hank suspected that Jasper had written a grievance about it so that he could take care of that damned scarecrow, but it could have just as easily been a phone call from a concerned citizen. Hank got an email from his boss telling him that Site 8 hadn't been visited in several days, and if he wouldn't go back to it, he would find someone who would. It was 2 weeks from burning day, so it wasn't as though Hank could put it off either. The phone call from Al, however, was far less pleasant. Hank had been keeping the little phone charged, just in case, and when it rang one night, he nearly jumped out of his skin. He was so used to it being silent that when it finally did ring, it was like the family dog talking. Hank picked it up nervously like he thought it might explode, and when he said hello, he heard Al on the other end as he asked what was going on with the drop site. He was clearly smiling as he spoke, but his voice was full of razors. "We've paid you a lot of money, buddy, and you haven't been maintaining the site. A messy site draws attention, and attention is the last thing we want. Understood? I trust you'll stop by tomorrow and ensure that everything is ship-shape. Wouldn't want you to have to know what we've been dumping at that site, now would we?" With that, Al hung up, and Hank began to realize that he'd bitten off more than he could chew. The next day, he was back at Site 8, and Hank was not looking forward to what lay ahead. The inmates were already grumpy about having to do a week's worth of work, and tempers were definitely on edge. The wind was making the scarecrow creak on his pole, and Hank saw more than one of them stop what they were doing to look at him. Jasper was the only one who seemed to want to get close to him. He was plucking at his sleeves and crooning to him as the others worked. The lack of help wasn't going to go over very well, and after an hour of raking and picking up had gone by, Hank saw one of them striding towards the scarecrow with murder in his eyes. Rogers was a big black guy whose prison blues looked painted on him, and his destination was pretty clear. Jasper looked scared as he watched him approach, but Roger knew exactly what he wanted. "No! Don't touch him! But Roger cut him off. "I'm tired of that goddamn thing whispering at me. Move, Jasper! I'm throwing this trash on the pile." "No, you can't! He serves the green man! He'll strike you down if you mess with his surf—" Roger threw a right cross that laid Jasper out. But as he gripped the post with the scarecrow on it, Jasper howled and grabbed his leg as he forced him to the ground. The two rolled on the leaves, hitting and kicking, but as they got closer to the main pile, Hank began to get scared that something might be discovered. He reached into the cab and grabbed the shotgun, firing it into the air and bringing them back to their senses. The two stopped fighting immediately, and as Hank walked towards them, they sobered up pretty quick. "That's enough. That's the last straw. Everyone get your asses back in the bus, now!" As they shuffled off towards the van, Hank did what he should have done a week ago. He picked up the scarecrow and threw it into the pile. Jasper cried out harshly from the van, the other inmates restraining him as he tried to rush Hank and get himself good and hurt. The scarecrow landed post down, and when it did, Hank heard the sharp end stick into something meaty. It was a big pile. There was no way he should have been able to hit more than leaves. As the red splatter crept up the post, Hank knew what was being dumped there. When Hank picked up the shotgun and walked back towards the bus, Jasper was laughing in the far back of the van. The others were giving him a wide berth, and Hank couldn't blame them. Hank tried to tune him out, but it was impossible as Jasper kept giggling and gibbering from the back of the van. "His sacrifice lies below the surface. The green man will have his treats this year." Jasper giggled all the way to the next stop, and Hank let him stay on the bus for the rest of the day. That night, the scarecrow was back at his appointed place in Hank's dreams. This time, when the fire was lit and the shadow was cast, Hank could see the caster of it. He was tall, dressed in armor, and his head was christened with a rack of magnificent antlers. He noticed Hank noticing him, and Hank shuddered as his regard fell on him. The creature came towards Hank, and he could hear the scrape of a jagged something as it rasped on the ground behind him. It came forward, raising a massive axe, and just as it loomed over the terrified Hank, ready to bring it down, he woke up. The Scarecrow was back where he had been the next day, the pole still rusty red where it had pierced something in the pile. Jasper was pleased, stroking the Scarecrow and singing to him, but the other inmates seemed as uneasy as Hank was. Who would put it back? Why had they put it back? The more he looked at it, the more Hank thought that the Scarecrow had simply put itself back. It had gone right back into the hole that it had come from, and the more he thought about it, the more Hank thought about the dream he would inevitably have again that night. On that, he was right, but when he awoke from the dream later that night, he didn't wake up in his own bed. Hank woke up and became aware of the cold on his naked chest. His pajama pants were wet, the cuffs clinging to him, and his legs were damp on the back from lying on the ground. He was lying on a bed of leaves, an old newspaper under his head, and when he looked up, he felt his heart skip a beat as he jittered backwards on his hands and feet. Hank was on the side of the road, with the Scarecrow looming over him. He half expected the pile to catch fire and the horned thing to loom over him once again, but when no such combustion occurred, Hank walked home in a daze. It was a long walk, made all the longer by his hurting legs and bleeding feet. It appeared he had walked the 8 miles from his home to here, and his feet had suffered the brunt of the excursion. He got back in his bed just as the sky started to pinken, and 10 minutes later, his alarm blared to life. Hank growled as he slapped it off. Today was not going to be an improvement over the day before. Hank was a zombie at work, and he caught himself napping in the driver's seat more than once. Roger commented that he looked like crap when he'd driven up to pick them up this morning, and Hank said that with the black eye he was sporting, he must be an expert. Hank didn't notice till they got to the first stop of the day that Jasper wasn't there, and when he asked Roger where he was, the big man scoffed. He went crazy last night in the dorm and they locked his ass in confinement. Serves him right. He's been acting crazy ever since they found that damn rag man. Hank nodded, knowing the feeling all too well. He'd been feeling pretty crazy since that Scarecrow had been found too, and Hank had a feeling that his craziness wouldn't be so easily cooled as Jasper's. He woke up underneath the Scarecrow again that night. There was something in his hand this time, and when he looked down, Hank realized that it was a box of matches. They were the big ones from the kitchen, the ones with the fat heads and the long stems. He lit one and watched the way the flames danced against the Scarecrow's fabric. Hank wondered what it would be like to light him on fire, just spark him up and watch him burn. And the want was almost too strong to bear. Instead, he just slipped the matches into his pocket, blew out the lit one, and started his long walk home. He bummed a ride a few minutes later, getting to his house before dawn, but that turned out to be the only bit of luck that day. Hank was having real trouble keeping his eyes open as he sat in the van that day. His body was sore, his legs cramping every time he tried to use them. Hank was barely coherent by this point, but the department was short-handed, and no one had time to listen to his problems. It wasn't as though he had the kind of job you could just take a day off from, and unless Hank wanted to find himself demoted, he would have to be at his post. The saving grace was that tomorrow was Saturday, and the work squad didn't convene on Saturday. Hank would have the next 2 days off, and he could hopefully get some rest before hitting it hard again Monday. He was snoring half an hour later, when the sounds of raised voices brought him around. Roger was face to face with another inmate. Hank thought his name might be Harrow, and the two had a large group gathered around them. Harrow was yelling about Roger not helping, and Roger was yelling about Harrow being an idiot, and how he'd picked up half the trash while Harrow was raking leaves. Hank could see a powder keg getting ready to burst as the Scarecrow looked on in smiling approval, and he climbed out of the bus as he tried to de-escalate the situation. He could have brought the shotgun with him, but he still held out hope that he could stop this before it got out of control. That hope was dashed when the brawl broke out. Men with rakes, men with sticks, and men with nothing but their fists started pummeling each other. Hank was still at the edge of the conflict when it erupted, and he backpedaled like a frightened cat as he ran to the bus to get his radio. He called it in, letting them know that he was safe but the inmates were engaged in a riot. Help was immediately dispatched to his location, but immediate wasn't quite quick enough. Hank watched a rake slap across someone's face, and sent a wash of blood over the burlap sack that was the Scarecrow's head. He saw Roger bash another inmate, not even the one he had started an argument with, across the face with a chunk of deadfall, and they fell in the dirt with blood leaking out of their ears. 2 more were kicking a third to death until a 4th came and slapped one across the back with a rake, leaving a long line of scratches down it. It was hard to look everywhere at once, and as the melee went on, Hank saw the Scarecrow dancing gleefully on his pole. The blood splattered on the ground seemed to please him. Maybe it pleased the Green Man, too, and when the cars finally got there, more than 8 of his men were on the ground and wounded. There were local cops, highway patrol, some of them, and they shouted and waved their guns around until all of them got on the ground and submitted to restraints. When it was all said and done, Hank found himself on probation. It was a wonder he wasn't fired outright, the major told him, and he'd be lucky to go back to work squad at all. "You're slipping. You've been slipping for the past few weeks. Go home and get some rest or something. We'll discuss the terms of your probation tomorrow." Every inmate on his crew was sent to confinement pending discipline, and if Hank was ever allowed to run work squad again, he'd need some new faces. These things had seemed important while they were happening, but they hardly seemed to matter now. As Hank stood on the side of the road in his pajama pants, the can of gasoline in one hand and the book of matches in the other, he realized that nothing would ever matter again. Hank barely remembered the trip. One minute he was stepping out of the shower and slipping on his pajamas. The next, he was in the garage grabbing a can of gas. Hank had a vague memory of walking up the side of the highway as cars droned by, their drivers likely thinking he was crazy. He guessed he must really look nuts, walking up the highway instead of climbing into bed. But Hank had finally given up on what he wanted and decided to give the Scarecrow what it wanted. Hank splashed the gasoline around a little before finally just throwing the can into the pile of leaves. It wasn't as big as it was in his dream, but it was pretty big. Nothing moved below the surface, but Hank thought he could see some weird shapes under the pile as he struck the match and looked into its dancing flames. It was so pretty, so warm, and if Hank looked deep enough, he could almost see someone other than this green man that haunted his dreams and filled his days. He dropped the match, and the gas took flame effortlessly. The whole pile burned cheerily, and when the can erupted suddenly and explosively, the whole mess went up in a huge conflagration. Hank lit his beacon. He could smell his feast cooking. As Hank watched the flames, they seemed to beckon him forward. Hank shivered as the autumn wind glided over his skin. He was cold, but he thought it would be warm in the flames. As the Scarecrow burned happily, his face melting as the flames devoured him, Hank thought he might go find out what that lovely green guardian had discovered in the flames. Hank took a shaky step towards the pyre, preparing to be warm eternally.